はいはい、聞こえておりますでしょうか。あたござん、鬼道場の指導官、コロマルと申します。Hope everyone is doing well today. We've had an interesting piece of React slop drop on us a couple hours prior to the stream. So I guess that's what we're going to do. But before we get into it, we need to lube ourselves up slightly because, oh boy, we're going to some dark places. You can't sleep, Seku? Why would you be asleep at 8:30 p.m. Central? That's not a time when you're supposed to be asleep unless you're pulling night shifts. Mm. So you do have a midnight shift. Checking in on hour 68 of your work week. That shotgun will be well fed. God bless, sir. Listen, someone's gotta make all the money so that leftists can keep complaining about not having any. Apparently, the economy is a zero-sum game. If you make enough money, the BIPOCs don't get any. Hell yeah, shells. I mean, shells aren't that expensive. At least, definitely not compared to fucking 300 Blackout. Don't I know it? Having a very voracious semi-auto shotgun, both a very voracious semi-auto shotgun, and a now confirmedly operational FRT MCX. I blew through something like 200 rounds before I even realized that, oh boy, she runs. Right, but let's start out with this. This is the second John Wick tournament, or battle rifle drills with 308 DMRs. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. But I have to say, the MCX, once it's restored to, its intended state of a full auto PDW, that it just fucks. It's such a good package. Like, say what you want, yeah, spear LTs, the generational issues, whatever the fuck. The cane break is a Virtus derivative. The Virtus generation doesn't have known issues. The QC on my rifle was fine. Will I buy another SIG product? Very unlikely. Will I keep this one running as long as I can? Abso-fucking-lutely, because it's a fantastic rifle as it currently stands. It's finally built out for its intended design of filling a doorway with hate from about 7 yards away, making sure nothing there survives. And doing so very quickly and very quietly. I may bolt a magnifier onto it eventually. Right, this is the second John Wick tournament where two guys in suits throw martial arts moves at each other to get to a gun on the floor and be the first one to shoot. And I would say outwardly, this is actually very fucking cool because they run it in a way that's safe. They run it in a pit. I prefer pits to rings. It's one of those practical application skills because most martial arts suffer the indignity of degenerating into games. See butt scooting in BJJ, see modern judo rule sets, see point karate. Like, at some point, once you get enough metal-driven assholes into the sport, they're going to try to min-max whatever the fuck you do and kind of miss the entire point. The point being trying to kill a non-compliant adult. And this is one of those things that, can it operate at scale? Probably not. But in terms of a test of pure martial skill, yeah, that's probably as good as it gets. The way I look at it is we're basically reinventing Kobudo from the ground up, because Kobudo is, well, mostly just that. Yeah, you have competing interests in gaining access to a weapon and killing the other guy. Whether you're going to do it with his weapon or you have your own and you need to produce it while not losing it. Like, that is the point of martial arts. Olympic fencing is also big gay. Well, everything Olympic is big gay, to be fair. Yeah, and the responses to this were mixed. Most people it's the responses to this video function as a very fast snap test as to can you actually fight. Because people who can fight, who have done similar drills in grappling, for example, you'll throw a knife on the floor and have two guys fight for access to it, or you run like full speed disarmament drills, like they'll look at that and they'll say, hey, that's fucking cool. It's a combination of movement, it's situational awareness, it's learning to operate under certain conditions with an understood win condition. And this is where you get to apply skills that are well practiced because no other skill will be available to you under the stress of fighting for a weapon. And then there are people saying that this is LARPing, and if you call this LARPing, if you say that this is just gay, I hate to bring it to you, but you can't fight. You are either obese or victim weight, and you just can't fight. That's it. That's the takeaway. Any man who looks at this and doesn't think that this is the coolest thing ever is bitch-made, soft-handed pussy. I rest my case. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Speaking of whipping people into shape, a French man has experienced Buc-ee's, and I don't think his life will ever be the same again.
The end of the world in the US. I saw the end of the world in the US, and it's called Buc-ee's. They say it's a gas station, but that's a lie. A gas station has a sad sandwich and a coffee machine that never works. This place has 120 pumps. 120. Why? Are you refueling the US Air Force? Are you preparing for an alien invasion? That's terrifying. And the mascot is a beaver in a baseball cap. I saw grown men taking photos with a statue of a rodent. In France, we have revolutions. In the US, you bow down to a squirrel on steroids. And inside, the aggression. A man with a knife screaming, a fresh brisket on the board. Sir, calm down. I just want sparkling water. Don't kill me. But I have a problem. I wanted to hate it. I wanted to be the superior Frenchman snob. But then I ate the beaver nuggets. I don't know what is in them. I think it's sugar, butter, and pure methamphetamine. I ate one, then I had the whole bag in the parking lot like a wild animal. And the toilets, I have to admit it, but they are nicer than my apartment. You could eat the brisket off the floor in the bathroom. It's cleaner than the hospital. So I have failed. And I came to judge and I...
and he didn't even try the pulled pork sandwich yet. You don't think it's the coolest thing ever because Armored Combat is slightly cooler? I'd say Armored Combat is slightly less practical in a day-to-day application.
I came to judge and I stayed for the snacks. I don't have the hat, but in my heart, I am wearing the hat. God bless the beaver.
There you go. Total Frenchman subjugation. My reaction to this was actually, it's generally interesting to see Euros experiencing the US and like the catastrophic impact that it's having on them, because they get to experience a country with such surplus wealth that is just available to everyday people. Like the reason a Buc-ee's exists is because you just have enough excuse me. The reason a Buc-ee's can even exist is because you have enough people passing through major highways in just Texas to pay for a Buc-ee's existing. Excuse me, I need to pick something up. I'll be right back. It's less practical, but listen, I don't like Armored Combat just because it's a lot of bells and whistles, but we can discuss that in a moment. as we were. I just like swinging sticks. It's definitely be done for John Wick games, though. You're actually correct in swinging sticks. And now that I think about it, wearing armor in any kind of contact sport, on the one hand, it's a vibe. It's a very cool feeling. But at the same time, I feel like striking should be in play. I want the option to pop someone very, very gently in the ribs to gain compliance. But yeah, John Wick games. I mean, again, it's a reinvention of a thing that has already existed as a training modality. Trying to argue that a practical application is somehow gayer than just sports grappling. Have you seen freestyle grappling recently? Freestyle wrestling, even. There are very few things that are as homosexual as that. No wonder they make the best rapists. Sorry, I'm unwrapping my my steak burrito that just got delivered. But as I was saying, a Buc-ee's can exist because there is so much surplus wealth available to the median American just passing through a highway in Texas that a Buc-ee's can service and like get some of that money by providing a place to take a shit, fuel up your car, and eat a pretty good brisket sandwich. And the concept of that just existing is apparently mind-blowing to most Europeans. And what I would like to see is them experiencing a real country and having a really big think about how maybe they shouldn't allow their government to tax them to death in order to live in disrepair and squalor. Pain compliance is still a thing in armored combat. You've had your ribs bruised through plate. That's juicy. If time and money was no object, I would probably add kendo to my rotation. But speaking of Europe and its disrepair,
you're a Muslim, you have no other option but to leave the UK and move to a Muslim country now, because your sisters, your mother, your wife, she isn't safe when she's going outside. Like if your mother, your sister, your wife is wearing the hijab, she wears niqab, she wears abaya, there is a risk she will get attacked. You can't be with her always. And imagine feeling uncomfortable every single time someone leaves the house.
Ironic, isn't it? Shoes on the other foot, asshole.
Like you cannot live comfortably knowing your family isn't safe. 5 years ago, it was like, come on, you should try to leave the UK, make hijrah, Muslim lands. 3 years ago, you should try. Now, it's like, you need to. It's so amazing that he has practically shown you in the last 5 years how things have become worse and worse. And only Allah knows how bad it's actually going to become. Like, you guys need to start planning for your get out. You're a Muslim.
But why is it getting bad? Have we stopped to consider why is it getting bad? The people committing all of the crime against women whining about the women being unsafe? Well, it's their women, therefore now they care. And we have a very interesting document to read through today. But we need to build up to it. We do have a spicy fucking meatball to read through today. Yeah, let's watch this one.
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings near the event, forcing a mass evacuation and steering crowds towards a pre-staged sniper team. A second wave was then planned to storm the White House gate. The FBI first learned of the threat last Wednesday and worked with law enforcement across multiple states to stop it. Joining us now on the phone, former FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino. Dan, thank you for getting on the air with us. What else can you tell us? This is quite a frightening and...
Can I just point out the fact that whoever was involved in planning this is fucking retarded? So you dead ass thought that you would have enough man and firepower to storm the White House and set up sniper positions in buildings around DC. Like this is actual fucking retardation.
Sobering discovery.
Well, notice the class warfare language amongst the plotters there that appears in this early stage to.
Explosive-packed drones hitting buildings. Whoa,
hold the fuck up. What do you mean class warfare? Am I missing something? Is there a... All right, let's actually read through this. 23-person drone sniper plot massacre crowds at Trump's White House UFC event. 5 in custody. Excuse me, where are the other ones? 5 in custody. I think you're about 18 short. Maybe okay, let's read through this. Must thought they were the North Koreans and Olympus Has Fallen? I guess so. Running away screaming, you assume? Yeah, probably. I don't see who subscribed, but I assume that was Notary. If you have just subscribed to the Kuromaru Onii-san channel, your penis has just grown by 3 inches and an additional inch for each subsequent tier of subscription. Effects do not last after subscriptions expire. Make sure to dress around your newfound girth wisely. Otherwise, it's going to interfere with you running. Multi-phase, coordinated, chilling, ambitious. Network operation involving 23 individuals across multiple states communicating over encrypted signal chats. Well, we know how encrypted signal chats are. With a phased attack designed to maximize body count, Phase 1 growth strikes and herding. Explosive-laden drones or to strike buildings near the White House lawn. Not necessarily the event itself. The goal was to trigger mass panic, force 4,300 attendees to flee in a predictable direction. The kill zone, the fleeing crowd would be funneled directly into the line of pre-staged sniper teams. This is part separates amateurs from people. Yeah, we just got that notification. Oh, thank you for the Peru. Sensible chuckle slop. Oh, well, if you say so.
This Tomcat launches a Phoenix missile at my J-11 that returns this Chinese PL-12 and a Russian heat-seeking 27ET. My opponent drives my PL-12 into the ground by diving away and my heat-seeker can't make the distance. I run the Phoenix out of energy while very nervously listening to this beeping telling me its seeker head has me locked. I barely avoid these power lines during my nervous recommit to send another PL-12 and heat-seeker at the Tomcat. We are now both so close that mutual death is likely, but my PL-12 decides to try take out the next Phoenix missile instead of the Tomcat and fails miserably, along with my 27ET that goes for flares, leaving me to spam chaff and flare and listen to the missile get ever closer.
The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater.
This Tomcat.
That's what you get for flying a fucking piece of trash. But as we were saying, it truly is a sensible chuckle as advertised. But yeah. Part separates amateurs from people who would have studied tactical operations using the initial cast. See, I disagree with this analysis. This is information that's available to your entry-level LARPer. Ground assault. Second wave would storm the White House gate, presumably to engage whatever security remained and finished off survivors. See, that's your main miscalculation, thinking that there's going to be less than 100 Secret Service personnel armed to the fucking teeth. 6 days from intel to takedown. The iPhone of the first RST unlocked the whole network. 23 signal users discussing pre-operational activity. 12 FBI field officers were mobilized. Anti-capitalist, anti-APAC, anti-elite. I saw someone speculate this is either a Massey Tard or a Hassan fan. Excuse me, my stick burrito is getting cold. Yeah, and sniper teams that do their job this time. One suspect allegedly told investigators they were targeting capitalist elites, billionaires, politicians who received APAC donations. It's the ideological cocktail you need when you get a far-left revolutionary rhetoric collides with the kind of people willing to escalate mass casualty events. Notice the APAC angle. This wasn't purely an economic ruins. There's anti-Israel component baked into this. Which is actually a very strong confluence of the retard right and the retard left. There we go. Or I consider that we are the real terrorists because Biden said so. I'm not sure Biden is aware that he said that. Kash Patel's FBI actually doing the job. It's a wild sentence to have there. Moved fast, didn't leak. Sat in this for nearly a week, secured multiple arrests across state lines. I mean, that's kind of the fucking point of the FBI. Let the event proceed without public panic. It's operational discipline. Hoover era FBI rarely demonstrated it when it could have grabbed headlines. Patel's statement hit exactly on the right note. Well, again, it's nice that he's finally settled into his fucking job. Big picture escalating trajectory, sure. What comes next? Okay, everything else is self-congratulatory. We're going to look at Sargon, mostly to let me finish my lunch, and then we're going to read the rape gang inquiry. You were warned. It's going to get rough today. I fully expect to glow.
Breaking news. John Oliver has discovered Restore Britain.
Oh, no.
You can imagine how much John Oliver likes Restore Britain by how much he already shows us he likes Nigel Farage.
It's very interesting that John Oliver is very pleased with the status quo of Britain, but for some reason insists on living in New York.
At the risk of getting a copyright strike, we're going to watch his 2-minute monologue talking about Restore Britain. And man, I mean, it's just kind of embarrassing, actually, but I found it funny, and so I thought not funny for the way he would like you to want it to be funny either. And so I thought we'd give it a watch and have a chortle along with John.
And it actually gets worse, because incredibly, reform itself is now being challenged on its rights by an even newer party called Restore Britain. It enjoys the support of fascists, neo-Nazis and other extremists, with Elon Musk even tweeting, "Only Restore Britain can save Britain." And the fact that...
And even John Cleese has been supporting Restore Britain. Seems that actually Restore Britain has a wide constituency, not just confined to fascists and Nazis, John. Not that you'd tell your audience that, obviously.
Restore is gaining support. Should be pretty alarming given just how poisonous its policies are.
If you're looking for a little piece of New England, the LL Bean Field Coat is the ultimate piece of...
I would do without the entirety of New England, please and thank you. But oh no, the Rocket African. Oh no, excuse me, that's the world's first trillionaire African American to you, sir.
Just how poisonous his policies are. Let's have a look at some of those poisonous policies, shall we?
Here is their leader, Rupert Lowe, giving you just a taste.
We will celebrate our Christian heritage.
Poison. Utter poison from John Oliver. We're celebrating Britain's Christian heritage. Poisonous. That is an incredible frame, John. Because I think that anyone who's not a fan of yours who watches this is like, wait, how's that bad? Britain has a Christian heritage. What kind of bizarro world are we in when an English...
Can you imagine listening to this ad and thinking how awful? I can, actually.
Englishman, it goes to America and he's like, by the way, this guy likes Britain's Christian heritage. You're mad. You're absolutely...
Oh, sorry. I'm still on the New England ad. But no, I can imagine the exact kind of bug person who will listen to a Restore Britain ad and think that it's not great because they feel challenged and threatened.
Mad. That's totally normal. And if you think that's poison, you are demented.
And the identity that built and shaped this country. Responsibility, restraint, forgiveness, duty.
Oh, they sound poisonous. Responsibility, forgiveness, and duty. Yeah, I can see why John Oliver, a man who honestly comes across like someone who's constantly late for his taxes, I'm sure that duty and honour and decency and the traditional virtues of Britain do seem like poison to you. I'm sure they do. But I think to the average person watching that, they're like, Now, this is quite a good idea, actually. I like the sound of this. This is what we need.
And
groundbreaking proposal. Can the UK be a normal country again?
fairness. In short, a high-trust society. That will
Oh, no. Absolute poison to the multicultural order. To John Oliver's express positions.
mean defending our culture. That will mean resisting the relentless creep of radical Islam.
I mean, I'm not seeing the poison, John. This sounds...
Over under on John Oliver, cuck, child torturer, bathhouse enthusiast. See, I don't know. I think he's just a miserable fucking bug man. I don't think it's even that deep. I think it's maybe. See, if he was a bathhouse enthusiast, we wouldn't hear the end of it. We would have to listen about how gay he is at every given moment. So that's out of the picture. Because then he wouldn't have his fucking abysmal show finally ended. Cuck would imply that he has a wife. So, kind of not exactly likely. Child torturer. I don't know. Maybe he would like to be one, but I'm not sure he's strong enough to manhandle a child.
Sounds completely sensible. This sounds eminently sensible, actually. This sounds like actually the kind of party we want in charge of this country. Because I know you live in America, so you may not be aware, but this country's gone to fucking shit at the moment because of the Labour and Conservative parties, and we need a proper party, a serious party, with a leader with backbone.
Fourth option, pays to be domed, but... Is that a typo, or am I... I'm going to wait for you to confirm.
To actually fix it. And I'm sure you'd agree with me that Nigel Farage isn't exactly a guy with backbone. So what's the problem?
That will mean
I'm going to go with option number 4.
banning the burqa, outlawing Sharia law,
hell yeah,
blocking cousin marriages, and reimposing...
I love that blocking cousin marriages is somehow a controversial option now.
our Christian-based rule of law.
That all sounds sensible? What's not good about that? Or are you for the burqa? Are you for cousin marriages? I guess we'll find out at the end of this video, won't we, John?
Restore Britain government would legislate to ensure that no halal or kosher slaughter on British...
Dominatrix uses individual as coffee table, chair, etc. Individual pays for the same. Yeah, I think that's probably in play, very likely.
British soil.
That's a great idea. Have you seen how inhumane halal and kosher slaughter is? This is about creating what the Conservatives termed a hostile environment. To say, listen...
Yeah, I think hostile environments are actually fucking based. I think we need more hostile environments. If your religiously prescribed dietary preferences are so strict, I think you can fuck off to a place where you can exercise those.
If you want to live in this country, you are going to have to live according to the way we think things should be done. And if that means not just mindlessly butchering animals and letting them drain out, die slowly in full consciousness on the floor of the abattoir, whilst you're saying Quranic prayers over them, or in some cases playing wolf noises to make them scared for some reason, which was really weird and evil.
What the fuck?
Then that's just the way it is. And if you don't like it, there are other countries in which you can play all the wolf noises you want as you slaughter sheep, right?
I have it on good authority that you can probably play wolf noises while slaughtering sheep in fucking Pakistan.
That's the way that is. And I think that's a good idea. I completely support it.
This is Britain, and we will...
And look at that. Whoa! What?
Well, you know what they also do in Pakistan? They fucking hang rapists.
Kosher slaughter isn't any better. They're both awful. They're both ancient Middle Eastern ritual practices that shouldn't be here because we're not a we're not an ancient Middle Eastern country that for some reason can't ever change its mind on something. We're not that. And so we are going to change our mind on this. And that's what Rupert Lowe is putting forward here. And millions of people saw this and was like, yep, that sounds amazing. That sounds genuinely amazing.
Do things our way.
We're going to do things our way. Go on, John. Let's see you. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Absolutely.
Oh no, the horror of the UK being a normal country.
Expression. You can see John Oliver's going to give us a really sensible and serious take in response to that, can't you? Rupert Lowe explains prior to this in that video, the country has real problems. To get Britain back onto the feet that it needs to be on, so its own standing in the world will be as it was, and so that we will be happy with our country, we've got to do a bunch of things. John Oliver's response...
Oh, fucking spare me, Rupert.
Why? Like, oh, spare me, as if Rupert Lowe is what, is constantly engaging in halal slaughter? Did he marry his cousin? Like, what are we talking about here, John? Why spare you? Why? What are you talking about? Nothing that he has said there is bad or wrong.
Fucking spare me, Rupert.
This fat fucking twat, honestly. Like this absolute smoked twat. You just can't get over how there's an audience for John Oliver.
And while it is clearly not the most important thing there, for the record, the culture, heritage and identity that shaped Britain was literally built on cousin marriages.
Oh, was it? So British culture is nothing without cousin marriage. Like, of all the things, John Oliver, of course, has been wildly critical of the monarchy in the past, obviously, and now he's coming out to defend them on the basis that Muslims also marry their cousins. Now, just to be clear, there actually isn't very much cousin marriage in the British monarchy, at least not first cousin, but I mean, with European monarchies, like, you know, you get like sixth cousin removed, you know, like, okay, technically, and you know, like,
I feel like we really need Digby's input on this. We need the class hatred of the common man injected into this. You didn't know that all of Britain was part of the royal family? That's wild.
Like 7 or 8 things out. Like, for example, I think Elizabeth is something like the 7th cousin of Prince Philip, but like that's a really, really quite distant lineal connection, and it's the same with European monarchies all over Europe. But then,
is that what their food is like? Yes, Manny. I have no counter. Apparently, it is. Hello. Oh god, I came across one of your fucking posts in my timeline today, and I was like, so scrolling because I subscribe to, you know, like a lot of Japanese artists, and Japanese artists will sometimes they'll repost something that I will then proceed to mute just because, well, I don't like having yaoi in my timeline. So if I see someone reposting that shit, I'll mute that account. I don't particularly enjoy having lolly in my timeline. And then I see a fucking post about pregnant Blue Archive characters, and I'm just like, all right, okay, it's one of those. And I'm like, oh, well, never mind.
not the Habsburgs, right? But John Oliver is acting as if, one, they are, and two, this is representative of the way that the average person in Britain is. People in Britain don't marry their own cousins. And actually, when Rupert Lowe's like, yeah, not being...
Listen, you live your best life, King, okay?
being one of the royals, I didn't marry my own cousin, and I don't think we should have cousin marriage here. John Oliver's like, well, hang on a second, that's against the Muslims. No, we should have cousin marriage. Leaps to the defense. Why do... Ban cousin marriage with the monarchy as well, John, if we have to. You fucking libtard twat. Why would you be defending cousin marriages to own the chuds? Like, that's a deeply embarrassing position for you.
I don't think you need to ask why. I think you kind of answered your question. Why does he need to defend cousin marriage? Well, because then that owns the chuds.
You, isn't it? Defending the monarchy, defending Muslims, defending cousin marriage, because Rupert Lowe thinks these things are wrong, and therefore if Rupert Lowe thinks they're wrong, you have to say, no, actually they're good. That is, I mean, total libtard brain from John Oliver, but nothing less than what I expected. Nothing less.
It's been a pretty crucial part of the whole process.
Really, cousin marriage is a crucial part of British culture, is it, John? really are you standing? You're going to literally shit on your own country, saying we are.
Yes. John Oliver is actually patient zero of the current year meme.
We are the product of cousin marriage as if we are Pakistan. Like, that's demented. That is so obviously false. Right? It's so obvious. And even if, like, the Queen married someone who's like ninth cousin removed or whatever it is, that doesn't mean that that's what the country's built on, you freak. You actual demented traitor. Like, genuinely baffles me that you thought this was a good defense. Like, okay, he's going after Muslims, he's going after kosher slaughter, he's going after the Christian heritage, he wants to fix the country and protect the country. We'll get him on the cousin marriage. Right? That's where he's weak. He can't possibly defend banning cousin marriage. Because, John, it's the easiest thing to get out of whatever you think you're doing here, which say, yeah, ban cousin marriage for the royals as well. That's all you have to do. You can just ban that. And then he's being completely consistent.
I mean, to be fair, every recent royal has been more eager to fuck some upcoming washed starlet than they are their own wives. So
it isn't a problem. And actually, John, I think the country survives. I think British culture survives even if we ban cousin marriage. I know it's a shot in the dark. It might just work. But I think, actually, that won't destroy British culture. So why are you against it again? It's just genuinely embarrassing to watch.
You might want to brush up on your history, given that your general vibe there is so cartoonishly English. You look like you're...
I don't really think you're in a position to call someone else cartoonishly English, right? I mean, I remember watching your first stand-up when you first went to America, like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago or something like that. And... the
prince was fucking a Greek tragedy. Yeah, which one? That's the thing. Because Harry is not the first one to do that.
was you being cartoonish in English. I mean, at one point you made a joke to the American audience. You owe us a massive cup of tea after the Boston Tea Party. Like, you are a stereotype of Englishness being sold to the Americans so they can laugh at you for being an English stereotype. You are an embarrassment. I'm glad you're not in this country anymore. And good God, I can only... No, I'm not going to go any further than that. But sorry, go on.
Sargon escapes glowing narrowly.
Rupert Lowe is a stereotype of Englishness, not John Oliver, you specky twat.
First words of the baby were British East India Company.
Why would they have been that? How is that? Really? Of all the things to say that represents Britain, it's the East India Company that does it, is it? That's a weird take, John. That's a weird thing that you associate. The first thing you associate with Britain is the East India Company. Okay.
The point is...
No, the point is, John, right? Your entire shtick is incredibly played out. After stealing it from John Oliver, and it was played out with him. Take an issue, a complex issue that has many arguments for and against.
Imagine having the entire nation of women at the highest level willing to come to you for marriage prospects, and you get snatched up by a dried up, divorced Hollywood roasty. And that is kind of fucking sad. Yeah. Like, even if you want to dip your pen into commoner ink, we've been over this. We've explored the breadth of British underwear models in the 2000s that would have been readily available. Like, my guy, you can do so much better. And you decided to go with Harvey Weinstein's sloppy seconds? Really?
Against. Ignore almost everything about it. Take one thing completely out of context, make the whole thing about that, and then train your audience of clapping seals to go, look at that, because of nonsense, right? That's your entire shtick. It's not about engaging with the issues. It's not even about making funny jokes, because you are not funny, right? Bad news. You're not actually funny. This is not a shtick that's played out well, and this is why you're like the last of these late night hosts, I think. Like, loads of them have been cancelled, and they must be looking at you going, well, I mean, I guess his numbers are better than the rest because he's the caricature Englishman who the Americans get to laugh at, but even he must be on borrowed time, right?
With reform...
Pretty sure that Jon Stewart is the only one who's still net profitable amongst the pretend news night shows.
On the rise and Restore pulling it even further to the right. Britain risks heading in a very dark direction. While
oh, thank God.
Current polls suggest Labour has a lead. That may be partly because Restore, the ultra-far-right party that, remember, is going to save Britain from kosher butchery.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, John, I know this sucks to think about, but actually, halal and kosher slaughter is a surprisingly large percentage of the slaughters that go on in this country. And have you ever watched it? Have you ever watched it? Now, I can't show you a video of it. I could clip in...
Dark, whoa, John, cool it with the casual racism.
a video of halal or kosher slaughter. So
not very woke of you.
Basically the same process. I could clip it in, except it's so fucking horrific and so gory, I think YouTube would take the video down. So I don't want to show it. I could find it on Twitter. I could go to a platform that isn't YouTube and find a video of it. But I don't want to because I'll probably get a strike because it's so unbelievably horrible that it's really not very tolerable to watch. And I appreciate that, okay, it's not you being halal or kosher slaughtered, but it is something that is. It is suffering that is unnecessarily permitted in our country. And I'm actually not for the permission of unnecessary suffering, John. If you can even imagine a perspective that's not your own.
Is siphoning off votes from reform.
So, great, Andy Burnham wins and there's not a problem for you. Isn't that good? Aren't you in favour of Labour winning? I mean, I can't imagine you being in favour of anything else. Anyway, John Oliver, like, just an insufferable mole person.
See, I think one of the things that the British are actually very good at is coming up with snappy monosyllabic insults on the spot. That is an unrivaled talent of the British. So I am hereby stealing the expression specky twat. and I will remember to apply it to someone. As a former processing plant worker, those halal kill floors are an absolute barbarity. We aspire to professionalism in production with the mind to be quick and clean. It's personally and ethically revolting. Yeah.
Like, he goes to America to play the most caricatured English person and acts as if he's not exactly what he accuses Rupert Lowe of being. But this was a good point by NPRG here. If you watch John Oliver with the sound off, he looks like a man caught in a prostitution sting, shouting at the police officer about how his wife just doesn't understand him, insisting the girl definitely said she was 18. But he does have that kind of weird, desperate energy about him, right? If you watch him with the sound off, he is desperately trying to persuade his audience, basically, trust me, bro, don't think about whatever I'm saying. Like, trust me, no, she was definitely 18. And yeah, no, it's fine. You know, my wife and I have an understanding or something. Like, it's so weird how he has that kind of desperate energy. This please believe me energy. It's so strange. And I hadn't noticed it.
Well, to be fair, that's been his consistent shtick for the last 20 years.
Until I saw this tweet. But now I have noticed it and I can't fucking unsee it. Anyway, if you're in Britain, come enjoy Restore Britain. It's £20 a month, £20 a year, sorry. It's not even £20 a month. It's an incredible deal. And you will be part of saving the United Kingdom, saving Britain from what people like John Oliver want to happen to it.
That's actually an excellent pitch. There you go. Well,
blue jeans aren't made in America anymore. Blue jeans are made in foreign countries because it's too expensive, so they said. And I say that's a bunch of propaganda. There's something you need to know.
Listen, love Jocko. Origin is a great brand. I still can't wear jeans. Sorry.
I had an idea.
We're going to watch this later. Sadly, we have to look into the abyss. We're going to hop over. I've perused the acknowledgments, not really necessary. Forward is kind of common knowledge. Very poignant quote by Albert Einstein. The world is a dangerous place to live, not because of people who are evil, but because of people who don't do anything about it. we're probably just going to get into the meat and potatoes of it. So we're going to start with the executive summary. I'm going to zoom it in for my benefit. But we're going to read through this, and probably not going to cover the entire, 100 plus pages, almost 200. Yeah, just over 200. But we're going to get through hopefully the subject matter and like the core argument here. Basically, none of this is new information. I believe it is a sort of cross-sectional study of everything that has been honestly known piecemeal in the last 15 years. I've not yet heard anything that would have been perfectly new information, which is a fucking horrifying prospect. I was discussing this with someone recently, and like all you can do is fucking laugh because it's so horrifically bad that all you can do is just nervously laugh at it because there's no other way to process it. The general takeaway I have from being exposed to some of the content and some of the anecdotes that I was aware before about the Pakistani Muslim rape gangs, realistically, is that with the publication of this report, if the British do not start hanging Pakis, the complicit cops, and WEF politicians on lampposts by daybreak today, you are no longer a real country, and there are no men left on the island. I'm sorry to let you know. So yeah, none of it is happening. This is just propaganda. Every Western nation needs 60 IQ brown people. Well, that seems to be the thought process behind that. And we've been jailbreaking Grok to summarize bits and pieces of it. You're vindicated once again for 13 years of calling the public use of piñatas and high visibility cars by the general British public. Yeah. The police is very complicit. The police is complicit on multiple levels. Sometimes you'll have Pakistani being given positions, Pakistani British cops who have definitely sampled the goods themselves as well. Every time I discuss this with some, not bought-in party, usually Powder was reading this. Oh boy. Well, from my understanding, Kershaw is also doing a reading, but I appreciate the present company prefers me, to women, at least for the purposes of intellectual discourse. But usually when I discuss this, I retell one of the cases. I'm not even going to call it an anecdote. Several victims said the cops would deliver them to the gangs after they tried to report. Yeah, there are multiple cases of that. I'm aware of those. I've been aware of those before the report. You can watch those VODs later. Thank you, sir. That is a healthy attitude. I'll probably watch the Kershaw VOD myself. I don't always agree with Kershaw's analysis, but you know what? I need me an angry Bostonian woman to retell the horrors that she's reading. But yeah, mind you, the government refused to fund this, so Rupert Lowe allocated his own money and then fundraised in order to produce this report. The government had to be dragged, kicking and screaming, and the population paid its own money to produce this report. You like Kershaw a lot, but her dumbass can't use Quango properly. That seems to be a rapidly spreading problem. And again, I hereby deputize all members of the Oni Dojo. When you hear Powder, Kershaw, Leaflet, Nines, Alana, whoever the fuck else, when you hear a woman use the word Quango incorrectly, inform her that she is using the word incorrectly, watering down its meaning, and Kuromaru Onii-san specifically instructed you to tell her that. give you an example of how to properly use Quango so you don't misuse it. So a Quango is an acronym. It is, I believe it stands for quasi-autonomous non-governmental organization. So for example, the SPLC is a Quango because it is quasi-autonomous, because it's sort of not directly controlled by the government, and it is an NGO, a non-governmental organization. It is basically an activist front for certain interests inside of entrenched bureaucracies. That's why they're quasi-autonomous and not fully autonomous. Because organizations like the SPLC still rely on funding structures that are, for example, derived from USAID, while on paper being independent organizations and pursuing allegedly their own interests, and definitely not just being pressure vectors of a given Democrat administration against things they don't like. For example, when they need, people banned for wrongthink on Twitter. You don't need to be deputized. You've been on that shit day one. I salute you, sir. Thank you for your service. So yeah, that's the correct use of the word Quango. Quangos are inherently organizations. Like Stonewall is a Quango. It's incorrect to use that word when speaking of specific people. Let me put it that way. Soros Jr. and Senior, the DAs that they install, those are not Quangos. The Open Society Foundation is a Quango. I hope that helps. All right. Executive summary. The Rape Gang Inquiry examined the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. Evidence put to the inquiry confirms that this scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of the country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed the girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s, by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region in our nation. And I'm going to add an interesting caveat about the transportation of victims, because I am aware of recruitment networks that work as far out as Eastern Europe and Ukraine, where you will have, quote-unquote, recruiters looking for vulnerable girls they can lure away from their families into a major traffic hub, where they can then drug them and move them across borders, because there are no borders inside of the EU. And a lot of them will end up being trafficked by these Pakistani gangs. The scale of the crimes committed is staggering. It has been previously established that at least 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. The true number is probably higher. The perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enable them for decades, must also be confronted. In court records and official inquiries, about 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases you've followed at a very awkward moment. Tatsumi, welcome to the Oni Dojo. You're expected to be able to bench press your body weight by the end of the quarter. Thank you for the follow. Okay, do I think grooming gangs were state-sponsored by Pakistan? No, I don't think so. Could they be essentially Pakistani Quangos? No. It's never an awkward time. Listen, if you're comfortable with it, I'm down to... Okay, let's not... This is not an appropriate time for innuendo, of all things to do. This is higher than 3x, the highest estimate of the rapes of Nankin. Yeah, it's, the numbers are not great. UK bros do really live like this. Nothing happened in Nanking. Oh, Gomena, sorry. It was I understand. It was a provocation by the Gomendan. We all know that. Okay, fuck. Let's keep reading. Sorry, the true number is probably higher. Perpetrators were primarily responsibility. Okay, we read that. 87% of those convicted in these group-based child sexual exploitation cases bore distinctively Muslim names. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. This is actually an important detail. Dr. Taj Hargay, okay, Dr. Star Wars name, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation. Why is there an Oxford Islamic Congregation? It's just what Pakis do. No need for Pakistan to get involved. I mean, real and true. I mean, we can cast the net a little bit wider. It's just what Muslims do when they are given the ability to do that unopposed. Believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslim to be about 95%. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the rape gang networks consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly of Pakistani heritage, although small numbers from Somali, Iran, Syria, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also involved. See above. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The method used to groom children typically followed the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would then start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girl would then be collected from school gates, care homes, and streets and taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, where they were raped repeatedly by groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and told they were white trash, kuffar, who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children. Some miscarried under trauma. Others endured coerced abortions. Some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all such districts across the United Kingdom. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, and institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. I think it was disbelief for enablement. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East, where they would endure Islamic marriage. Proper term at this point is forcibly converted. I think that's the implication. That actually reminds me of a different point that I forgot to make halfway as I was making it. But whenever I discuss this with normies, and contrary to popular belief, I interface with those quite frequently. And when the subject of rape gangs and, sort of stereotypes existing for a reason comes up, I bring up the incident. I'm not going to say it's an anecdote, not to devalue it, because that's just a documented fucking fact of a criminal case where I believe a 13-year-old girl was kidnapped by a taxi driver, taken to his home, raped there. Then it wasn't three. It was something like 3 or 9 other men came, also took turns raping her. Then when she escaped, another Pakistani man recovered her, brought her back. It was 9? Okay. So he brought her back. Then she was raped again, and she was blinded with bleach in order to prevent her from running away. And the point of me retelling that story is that, you see, if I were to kidnap a 13-year-old girl and lock her in my basement and then proceed to call any random combination of 9 people I know saying, hey, I have a 13-year-old that I've been raping this last week. Would you like to come and have a go at her yourself? Within the hour, someone would break down my door and shoot me. And they would be completely justified in doing that. But for some reason, your average fucking Pakistani man has 9 friends who'll just come over to rape a 13-year-old. And I think that's Very, very telling fact about the Pakistani community. Starmer is going to be held in Nuremberg trial for systematic rapes. Big if true. Honestly, I don't want him to see the inside of a courtroom. And you do with that what you will. Nuremberg is worth less than the UN. Yeah. That's kind of on point. Did we miss already like 3 resets, 3 cooldowns on ads, or am I just not able to do that anymore? It's too good for you. Yeah, I think it is. I think the only thing that Starmer and his ilk, or realistically the entire of the Labour Party, should see is the fucking inside of a noose. All right. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani, Muslim, and other Muslim backgrounds operated under an honor and shame-based clan code, we refer to that as Izat, that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. Quick disclosure for those of you who've never interacted with Muslims, that's generally the default Muslim attitude to any non-Muslim woman. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and legal aspects of Islam. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority drawn from Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top, with a duty to correct non-believers. The gang members' justification for their crimes can be found in Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal, known as whatever the fuck the Star Wars word is. It demands enmity towards non-Muslims, the superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent. The perception of female sexuality is inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery that authorizes sexual relationships with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. These elements filtered through clannish immigrant subcultures provided religious justification that enabled the systematic rape and even slaughter of white British girls. I will remind you, you're from Detroit and very aware of how Muslims treat human women. Yeah. I'm going to inform Tatsumi that we don't have ads on YouTube. Female sexuality is dangerous. A man who got gangbanged by the Zut. A man who consented to be gangbanged by the Zut. That's a very important distinction. A raging closeted homosexual found female sexuality to be dangerous, for then he would not have anything left in the coffers for his boy toy who was pretending to be Gabrielle. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, for Britain functioning effectively, at the first instance of this happening, the perpetrators would have been executed in a town square, and every Pakistani would have been either deported or worse. However, every one of our institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeat reports, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. I'll remind you that in a lot of this case, for example, in the case where the 9 guys showed up to rape a 13-year-old in a basement, you know how many people were prosecuted and convicted? 1. The initial kidnapper. The other 9 men who also raped a teenager? No. They did not see anything. Texas is getting colonized by state-sponsored Islam now, but Dearborn, Michigan got that test run decades ago. I think we're seeing enough pushback where Texas is not going to let that happen. Thankfully, we've opened that can of worms before it got bad. Realistically, we have one budding enclave, and that one is about to be squashed. So... And you know what? If I have to spend my expensive 300 blackout to make sure that there are fewer Muslims in Texas, so be it. I'm sure that eventually I'll be able to write it off as a tax expense. Social care services undermine protective parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indications of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexually transmitted infections in children as young as 13s, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yes, discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the network and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Ooh, boy. Those colony CDs need to be emptied out mysteriously. I don't even mind them being just openly fucking cleansed at this point. I really do not care. I will put on my fucking armor and pick up my rifle to depopulate a Muslim enclave. When they say excluded victims, you wonder what they mean. Oh, like they expelled them from the fucking school. Political failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lack the will to confront the ethics and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility. It initially refused the public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering a process viewed with widespread skepticism. Words are hard. Labour-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied knowledge. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs and then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systematic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnic recordings or launch a full statutory inquiry, despite clear evidence of Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity, political correctness, fear of accusations of racism, fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedence over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite having been met in the past with disbelief and intimidation. The perpetrators operated with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem. I would argue that it demands the eradication of, the offending cohort. In Clear and Present Danger, Jack Ryan had 2 pages of shit like this in regards to killing Colombian drug dealers, and it was worth going before Congress in under 2 years. This is 13 years of piling bodies in the crawl space, essentially. Remember that despite how bad the Detroit area is, it could never get England bad because we have gun rights, and police are already too afraid to do anything more dangerous than traffic stops. That is actually a big part of it, yes. We are safeguarded from a lot of the indignities of the European states by the fact that you know what? I am armed at this point pretty much in parity with your regular infantrymen. And if you drive me far enough that I no longer care about going into work tomorrow, there will be a lot of casualties amongst the populations that have inflicted those indignities on me. And I am also not alone. I have a well-organized network of people that I communicate with and train with frequently. Because I don't go to the range to shoot at trash. We go to the range to, run failure drills, check upgrades on our weapons to bring them into parity with regulars. And that's all I'm going to disclose. But there's a reason why I go to the range with my plate carrier. To totally theoretical. How much spring load do I think it would take to load up trebuchet and launch them into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean? Listen, I'm not a rocket space surgeon, so you're gonna have to count that one on yourself. All right. Deliver justice to the victims and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clear sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and great amounts of institutional overhauls. I would say that public executions are in order. Our detailed list of recommendations includes improved data recording on ethno-religious patterns amongst offenders, far stronger sentencing, a coercive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, and closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. What about bringing back the death penalty? Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal action to ensure maximal accountability. It's all well and good. Overviews of the crimes. Rape gangs have exploited children systematically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of the Center for Excellence for Children's Care and Protection, Alexis J., has identified the 1970s as the decade where immigrant gang rapes first began tormenting the girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals that the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when 4 Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent, as much as the Caribbean, became eligible to enter the United Kingdom in non-trivial numbers under the British Nationality Act of 1948. What began as singular and small-scale instances became systematic and industrial over time. Again, because the original 4 were just not hanged in a public square. Okay, I read that. The horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of an orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between town and cities, past girls between multiple adult men. In each of these areas, the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, and drugs collected in taxis from school gates, care homes, and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, hotels, and then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kuffar, who deserve punishment. The authorities at every level, including police, social services, health services, school, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence establishes that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversions, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculations, and fear of the accusations of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed in this report are drawn from court records, official, unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirmed that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It was a coordinated nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all of the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the rape gang phenomena is epidemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement of the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14th May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate nationality, the J report on Rotherham and other reports from Telford and Oxford, there appears to have been an upward of 250,000 young white girls raped in this country, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added that this number is probably an underestimate, which again brings me to a different point that I've made today at a different place. But if the House of Lords is aware, there is no way that the monarchy isn't aware. And next time a monarch starts mouthing off in front of you about how, well, monarchy will totally save everything, it'll fix all of the problems. I mean, the Mother Queen, Elizabeth II, there's no way she wasn't aware of this happening. And she had both the popular mandate and the backing of the military to just coup the fucking parliament. If the royals wanted to do something, they could have done something at any point in the last fucking 20 years, if not more. And they chose to do nothing. And that kind of shows you that, I think royals are actually not that useful outside of being a very pretty relic. This extrapolation now has greater support due to further data that has been collected, deriving from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries. Rotherham, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. Telford inquiry, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile of Pakistani Muslim men. Modern monarchists confuse the current aristocracy. Modern monarchists confuse the current aristocracy with classical monarchs. They wish they had Vlad Tepes III. I mean, you know what? Vlad kind of had a fucking point. The more we observe Muslims, fucking gypsies and Indians at scale, maybe he wasn't that bad after all. National footprint. Vlad had a forest of points, an entire fence even. The grooming gangs. I shouldn't laugh when I read this. The grooming gang model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country in at least 149 local authority districts. When the Rotherham-Telford scale is applied across the documented national distribution and multiplied by the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official reviews, the total reaches the 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. We are far from grasping the full extent of the grooming gang's criminality in modern Britain. It is reasonable to assume that since sexual abuse of all kinds tends to be underreported, this is also true of grooming gangs. The Independent has reported that almost 19,000 children were identified as sexual exploitation victims in England in 1 year alone, despite the reluctance of the state actors to name or track the problem of the rape gangs. After decades of abuse, victims must number in the hundreds of thousands. The full scale is not yet known. You want to know what the hardcore feminists would do in their perfect anti-male world about this phenomenon? I bet they just call you racist. Yeah, pretty much that has been the consensus. The loudest screeching feminist harpy of the UK Parliament, Jess Phillips, fucking MIA, just absolutely nowhere to be seen. Or when she comments on the subject, the problem is just men. Just men, just nondescript men. No men in particular, just, men in general. Apparently just men in general have like a phone book full of people they can invite over to rape a 13-year-old. It's no particular ethnic or religious demographic of men that can do that. Definitely not Pakistani Muslims. Just some guys, yeah. Like that fucking Bruce Willis sign. I hate some guys. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics severely understate reality. I'll remind you that there's a rape reported in London every 49 minutes. Yeah. That's a third world country frequency of reporting. I hate to break it to you. See, the statistic about like our schools being shooting ranges is completely made up. British schools having rooms for migrants to rape British girls sadly is not. Yeah, exactly. All right. Baroness Casey, National Audit of Group-Based CSE, excuse me. The audit explicitly states that the scale, nature, and characteristics of group-based child sexual exploitation remains impossible to quantify precisely due to non-consistent data collected and historical suppression. Independent inquiry into CSA and multiple local inquiries. It is simply not possible to know the scale because ethnicity, group offendings, and historical cases were routinely under-recorded or shelved to protect community cohesion. Can we just... I need to stop. I'm going to get myself banned if I propose a solution that fucking works. You can fix this. You can just flip the just fix it button and you can fucking do this in under a week. There aren't that many Pakistanis. I'm sure you can I'm sure you have enough rope. I'm going to stop right the fuck now. London out here trying to make the 1 in 4 rape myth real. Kinda, yeah. Kaba becomes a Bucky's when. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be sure the rape gangs operated. It is likely that the true extent is far worse. So this is a map. Lighter red is suspected, which is a couple of boroughs that I can see. London is not, yeah. And confirmed cases. We find out they're doing this near Dallas and you will join a march on them. That won't be nice. Oh no. Oh no. Listen, if something, see, the thing is, something like that can't happen. Just, it physically cannot happen here because there's just like, I'm sorry, again, you can't do what the British police does to the British population in Texas. Because, first of all, our police is not glorified fucking Janny hall monitors. Second of all, we're all armed to the fucking teeth and also trained better than the police. So I am pretty sure that they do not want the smoke. Texas man exonerated for beating daughter's rapist to death. Yeah, this is just how Texas is. I'm pretty sure that if an event of a Muslim grooming gang were to ever even be recorded, there would be an overnight purge, turning that entire enclave into a ghost town. And I will be there with fucking bells on. The scale, the tactics, the perpetrator profile, and the systematic inaction were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. London. We just brought up London. London stands exposed as the epicenter of institutional denial in the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained a wall of silence for years. The mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted that there are no grooming gangs operating in the city. As our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in the London Assembly, the rape gang phenomena is in fact endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with calls from women and girls reporting to be victims of their predation. Khan described evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized group-based child sexual exploitation. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugged and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and other locations across the capital. I assume the Metropolitan Police, in their infinite wisdom, failed to record the fact that all of those men were Pakistani Muslims. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. He read the files, yet continued to deny the existence of grooming gangs in public. Should be some kind of punishment for public officials, public servants perjuring themselves on the record like that. Khan was handed New Girls Daily, you guarantee it? I'm not sure he's into girls. He looks kind of MiG-15-ish to me. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Phillip, MP, has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and the Metropolitan Police have been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners including whistleblower Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde described the capital as the last bastion of denial and warned that the scale of the abuse there was more catastrophic than anywhere else in the country. Or just money, yeah. I can't stop here. There could be public officials around. I hate public officials. You fully expect there to be Pakistani government money behind the briberies? I don't know. See, like you're violating Occam's razor here. I feel just having an unopposed population of Muslims that don't get punished for crimes is actually sufficient for something like this to happen. All you need is a nanny state that's afraid of the word racist, and things like that are just going to happen. You forget that the primary bribe that Sadiq Khan receives from suppressing the gangs is Izzat. Izzat is more valuable than money. As long as he denies that Muslims rape at a higher incident than anyone else, then he gets to keep his collective Izzat along with other Muslims. And if that comes out, then he inherently loses Izzat because he allowed that information to become public. Evidence now emerging confirms their warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation. How is there fucking 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases in your one fucking city? The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beaconport to examine 1,000 more files nationwide after initial assessment found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongfully dropped. Wrongfully. Just wrongfully. You don't need packy government money. Just use money from pimping out the little girls. There's lots of it. Yeah, pretty much. They didn't just do it for the love of the game. They did that as a source of income. The thing is, I don't think... How should I put this? They are homegrown, but they're homegrown from like what is essentially just core Muslim culture. You don't need an outside entity enforcing that. You have enough Muslims to do that. Again, Dom, you're trying to make assumptions where a more simple solution with fewer moving parts is sufficient to answer the question. You don't need the Paki government involvement for this. Pakis left to their own devices will just do this. I will remind you that when the Pakistani government was faced with a single incident of gang rape, they prosecuted those guys as terrorists and executed them. Was it done to preserve Izzat? Yeah, sure. But I'll take that means of preserving Izzat over whatever the fuck is happening in London. Can we turn an entire region into an abattoir? I can't answer that question on stream. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described industrial-scale child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of, quote, incompetence, laziness, and corruption, end quote. You say we end the Pakistani-India conflict by setting both pops to zero? A possible and acceptable solution. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from those communities, as well as having an ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. See above my mention of Izzat. Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeting vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khans, have promoted. As for other authorities, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed the Metro Police in City Hall in the same way it did in Rotherham and Rochdale before them. One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls were essentially vulnerable targets for criminal gangs, typically Albanian, Somali, and Turkish, operating in the capital. So let's attempt to learn another Arabic word called bagabazi. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data on ethnicity, willingly rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in its pursuit of justice. Metro Police reviewed the Metro Police Review, the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring in to prove the group-based CSE has thrived in our capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metro Police must answer for their role in this scandal. Hang them both. Until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor now demanded elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. Victim testimony. Oh boy, this is where it gets fucking rough. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of those testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. Not the fast hang the one Israeli did to the folks they extracted from South America, long and slow. Acceptable. Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was popular at school, performed well academically, enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to their father, despite his alcoholism. Oh, not great. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. Grim. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birthday, she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she describes as a pedophile by whom she was sexually abused. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. What was the ethnicity and nationality of that man? I sure want to dry fire all of a sudden. Yeah, you're not alone in that. The gun just kind of incidentally finds its way into my hand as I continue to read this. I suddenly develop a very strong trigger confidence. All right. And then I proceed to fucking stovepipe my dry fire gun. Because I short-stroked the slide. There we go. What a terrible day to have a Glock 22 on your hip. Well, see, as long as you don't encounter any Pakistani Muslims, you should be fine. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. Women cannot be trusted to rear children. Women, they constant supervision. Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet. So did the homeless divorcee actually shack up with a Pakistani man? See, there's a reason why men have that inherent guttural disgust towards women who pair bond with lesser populations. The term coal burner is the N-word of intersex relations for a very good reason. And there's a number of similar terms, but all of them very descriptive, and all of them carry that heft for a reason. She began smoking cannabis around the same time Chloe started. I don't know what that word means. Truanting must be a British word, and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She described groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis aged 20 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take the girls into their cars and drive them around the town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, and although the men's behavior was clearly inappropriate, Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school — okay, primary school means something different in Britain — enjoyed being treated like adults. That's actually, yeah, that's... How should I put this? Looking for my Snapchat and see where it went. They've elementary, if you recall correctly. No. I don't think that's that. I don't think that's what it means. I think primary. I don't remember how the British schooling system works, nor do I care. The point being is that student ditching school during so playing hooky. The point I was making is that the feminists have created a climate where British boys are conditioned to not express what's referred to as like reasonable sexual aggression towards women, thus creating a vacuum of that behavior, because women actually seek out that behavior. And that vacuum was very quickly filled in by Pakistanis because they are not subject to the same scrutiny as white British men. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Chloe described this process as them mapping out, are you vulnerable? Physical contact, including kisses, massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. This time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during their earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while trading before returning home and spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at the house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. What the actual fuck? She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported it to the... Oh, really? Oh, now you reported to the police, you fucking whore. The police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Until this incident, she had... I know what color the fucking uncle was. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there were no adults left that Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town center. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did nothing, but not intervene. In the room, girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11. Okay. Absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt sexual assault. Sorry, I'm losing my The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both of whom were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their home. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home as she feared her mother would beat her for being out late, so stayed with her friend. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month. Meanwhile, she was stuck in the home with her predatory stepfather, a period she described as torture. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her. The girls were picked up by her boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Oh, okay, I guess the Jeets are also getting the smoke. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, posher than the other men she had met in the town center. Took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring girls for sex. Chloe refused, stating that she was on her period, but the men replied that it did not matter. You apologize if you see second sun on the West Coast. You had to step outside. Yeah, understandable. It's the entire region. Yeah. When you look at a map, remember that God put a gigantic 5,000-foot wall around the subcontinent for a reason. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seat. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. From this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, taking harder drugs, including ecstasy, anything to block out her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day. Her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center, walking around until somebody picked them up in a car, somebody bought them alcohol, somebody gave them drugs. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which time she passed between taxis, drugged, abused, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslim, primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to the graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey for forcing himself on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and then forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself to an A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such an injury. She was examined, the glass was removed, and she was discharged. Yeah, Tatsu, the UK is not a real place. Until I see a fucking packy hanging on every street corner, the UK is not a real place. Chloe was questioned by police due to her absence on a number of occasions, but never about the rape, though. Each time she was asked where she has been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing, she replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute at 12. I don't see what that emote is. My OBS isn't showing me. Maybe that's for the best. They asked her whether she was consenting to the sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she did not know the definition of the word consent, they reported that she is 12. The age of consent is not 12, significantly higher. Oh boy. The The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. But, should a Sikh report that he was racially abused, the fucking police is going to be there in under 15 minutes. I need to wipe my glasses because they're steaming up from the sheer amount of fucking glowing I'm doing. This is just the first account. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was that nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. So, wait a second. If a child is missing, she has to be, identified, found, and brought back to a guardian. But if the missing child is also being raped, then you can just as you were, just keep on having a day. In response to her truancy, excuse me, this is a new word I'm learning. I still can't. Let me see what's the emote here. Where can I see that emote? I can probably see it on my own YouTube feed. I'm gonna make sure that I break that out into a different tab. It's, you know what? Whatever you're posting there is not being depicted correctly, Todd. So I guess that's by design. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. And by South Asian, we mean Indian. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textile factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with her friend, who up until this point had accompanied her throughout her exploration. By this time, Chloe had become so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social service officer while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the local social worker about the abuse, after which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Okay, so maybe we can make a reasonable assumption that if the stepfather was arrested, he was in fact not Pakistani. Both denied that the abuse was taking place and released without a charge. Oh, never mind. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and though she found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them, but did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went into the town center, as she often did, both alone and with foster carers, the Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask taxi drivers to drop her near the school, and rather than attending, would walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her into their taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. This is all within the span of 1 year. Okay. Around the age of 13, Chloe disclosed to social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. At this point, the social services stopped taking her calls, I assume. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual... Ooh. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Neither the social worker nor the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. This is what leftists want sex ed for. They make it easier to groom them. It's their response and their preparation. Yep. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with a far more protective carer. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. This was one of the first times this had happened. Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than offering a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child sexual exploitation, and was asked whether she would be interested in auditioning for the role to given her experience. We need a slur for just that particular type of person. Like what's the opposite of gammon? You know, like someone who's a fucking middle of the road social like state agency worker who's just fucking this. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and in a state of disbelief, ran away from the foster home and, after being abducted by a Muslim gang, went missing for 6 months. Over the period she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain, she was taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy. The men who abused and paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more as a commodity. She was reported missing, and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this, quote, "You're that girl off the TV that's missing," end quote. But her whereabouts were never reported to the police. I mean, shocking, I know. The fucking... The Pakistanis weren't very keen on reporting onto themselves. I need a drink. They're communists, just use slurs for communists. Useful idiots are loyal to the party even if they don't understand how or why. You just call them demons. I think demons and commies is probably... Yeah, you're right. We probably don't even need new slurs for that. Let's just settle on pinkos. There you go. Useless, specky pinkos. Specky pinko twats. There we go. There's your new Kuromaruism. Chloe described a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man, so Pakistani. The man was let go without charge, and she was returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down by this point, so she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following another period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transported to a secure unit at a children's home. Okay, it only took 2 years of rape, but I guess she described the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled. She was routinely subjected to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released. No, why examine any of the external circumstances of what happened? She was placed into foster care not far from where she had been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life. In spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at nearby college, and for the next 2 years, Chloe described her life as fantastic. As Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carers, she moved in and got a retail job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable throughout this period. I don't like where this is going. Eventually, Chloe reestablished contact with a friend whom she had been abused with as a child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she was accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all of whom remembered Chloe for past abuse. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, it was no longer my quiet little house, it was their house. They smashed windows, kicked doors, left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled her trousers down, sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone she was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before the management, tried to argue her case, but was fired. Left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go, with no ability to remove them, I assume the police are not of great help. She remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects, including soft drink cans, keys, and a baseball bat. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On a number of occasions, they brought young children into Chloe's house to abuse them. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Chloe was first to commit crimes including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place at her house. When they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members as the property was registered in her name. One evening, an associate of the gang from a neighboring town arrived at the house. A notorious sex trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding areas. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men who sexually assaulted and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone. I don't know how much 5 stone is, but I assume it's not a lot. The use of heroin was a method of control by the gang, as it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. It's interesting how subcontinentals just have that figured out as a method. They both are acutely aware of where to source heroin, and they know its pharmacological uses for the purposes of, controlling sex slaves. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions in which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, well, that's a nice thought. She took Chloe to an addiction clinic where tests revealed an extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Okay. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend. Please stop connecting with your childhood friends. And their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse and with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent, moved her out of the squalid house. I mean, good for you. Good for this reads like a Dostoevsky. No. See, if Dostoevsky wrote and, God forbid, published anything even remotely as degenerate as this, he would have been exiled to fucking Siberia for decaying social morals. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got another job in retail. After a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable. Due to her unresolved trauma, she soon returned to drinking heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Workplace was close to her first foster home. Before long, she came back into contact with members of the gangs that had abused her at the time. Cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down. Yeah, no shit. See, this is going to sound very crude, but don't try to save them. Just don't. You can't fix her. You can't save her. It's not worth it. Just no. It's a cruel thing to do, but the humane thing is to put her the fuck down. Do not be Captain Save-A-Ho. If you see someone trying to be a Captain Save-A-Ho, even if it's for reasons outside of her control, just point that out. Sorry, you cannot fix this. This is no. You are just going to get hurt, or you're going to damage your entire life. Do not the damaged goods. Exactly. Well put. It's more of a Marquise de Sade story. Yeah. And out of desperation, she reestablished contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband and soon moved back in with her. One night, this reads like, see, we meme about metamorphosis, but we can do that because at the end of the day, it's just a degenerate porn manga. This is real. This happened to a real person. He'd be criticized for repeating himself over and over again. Yeah. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. Police arrested Chloe while she was changing into her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station drunk and half naked. She was kept in the cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend. He did not respond. Shit. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who has previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car. For the following weeks, was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in the neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living and once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued. Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to the hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered that she was pregnant. Father of a child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal migrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear a hijab. She was prohibited from looking out the window of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, she would be beaten black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, no shit, including a defective kidney due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of the sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to the police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She finally was able to harness the force that the state only reserves for protecting at least partially brown people. Was removed from her. She stopped taking drugs. She was focused, and for the first time, the gangs left her alone. One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men. Never mind. It's not that kind of Asian. It's still Pakistanis and Indians. Started speaking to them, offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. So taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about that she suspected it was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe that she has been raped by the men. No shit. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian, meaning Pakistani men, as possible. She reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known from her early childhood, an old colleague from her mother, who she described as one of the only adult men in her life who'd never harmed me or treated me badly. Oh, I don't like that foreshadowing. She told him about everything she's been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland, and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she said, after returning home, she sought support from Women's Aid, who managed to secure her property in Scotland. With nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving a lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, moving to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Okay. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same: grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe described being taken into mosques where imams would describe non-Muslims as infidels, preach that white women who dress inappropriately were free game. Chloe believes that the local police, local services, NHS, government were fully aware of what was happening, including the racialized nature of the crimes, but they did not intervene for two reasons. They could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Chloe blames the bodies and their major push for diversity for her abuse. Chloe says that, quote, "If I can save just one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I've done my job," end quote. Inquiry panelist: do you know how many men abused you over that period, if you had to guess? Chloe: hundreds, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. We're going to read another one. It's bitter medicine, but it's going to go down. The organizations are behaving like women collectively. I don't want to be accused of being immoral. Better be a coward and go along and get along. Yeah, it's very Longhouse. If we could turn anger into power, reading this would solve the world's energy crisis. I mean, it should probably just generally engender your objectively correct attitudes towards subcontinentals and Muslims in general. I think this is a very informative and representative study of how those people, and I use the term loosely here, behave. Oh God, we're just at page 40. We're just at page 30. Holy shit. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's a relatively long one. Okay, let's read that one. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptional academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, suicidal ideation from a young age. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered the care at the age of 13. She was placed in a children's home that had already been identified as high-risk sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. Inadequate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by an adult Pakistani man who she estimated were aged between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection, alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in the car outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. Oh, the staff was on the dole. The staff was just getting paid. The staff was in on it. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade. I rest my case. Warning that she would lose her job if she did so. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively no. They were definitely being actively complicit. Do you mean the staff are also subcontinentals? Possibly. Nevertheless, the children's home received £5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspected the management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. See, now we know that they weren't subcontinentals. They were just cucks. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men, official warnings stating that they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house vulnerable children. Oh no, a sternly worded letter. However, no further action has followed. Yeah, it's that'll happen when you have institutions designed for a high trust society, but then you import Pakistanis and Indians. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist." I mean, I would say you can't describe them as Asian because that's inaccurate, because they're Pakistani. You should just be glad your child is being taught a different I'm not going to glow. I'm not going to glow. Violence is bad. Mass executions are not going to fix it. I totally believe these statements. On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. Okay. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Between 2008 and 2012, just a second, let me distract myself by reading chat. Reminder, everyone knew about all of this for years. Everyone who claimed to not believe it did believe it, and they were lying. They're all villain cucks, and they want more of this. No lie detected. No way, they said the cultural enriching lessons. Yeah. It was a mistake to eat before reading this. Yeah. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends, because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid and expected girls to be there, quote unquote. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. No, Bluebell is a bad ice cream brand. Haagen-Dazs cookie and cream. Yeah. Bluebell has high fructose corn syrup. Your lunch is prepared already, but you've been cooking bacon to cleanse your soul. Based. That's why I had Mexican food loaded with pork. You're loading more Mark 262 when you get home. You need 420 rounds for your belt rig. Yep. I think I'm gonna buy more expanding 300 Blackout. Just in case. Plano, Texas gets, Frisco, Texas gets populationally undesirable. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English Defense League would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. Boy, would I pay to see that. He also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons, but never did because they're gigantic pussies. Remember that Muslim men are all closeted homosexuals that actually are lesser men, because that is the core of why they have to victimize women and children. It's because they're congenitally weak and generally dysgenic. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She was made to clean up the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She was present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain locations. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers had disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. Incest is a hell of a debuff, hell yeah. At 14... At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally in the back of a lorry. I'll remind you that France just lets them do that. Previously castrated... Wait, what? Previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse. We have... How does Pakistan have it figured out? Why does Pakistan have better answers to this shit than the fucking UK? Previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse, he had then fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women with what? And children... Oh, with a large knife. Thank you for clarifying the origin of his nickname. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected them to extreme sexual torture. You're glad and grateful that you're at least born in the US for Spawn RNG? Yeah, we forget how fortunate we are to be living in the only first world country except Japan. This case illustrated that in some instances, the sexual abuse of children was driven more by humiliation and control rather than sexual gratification. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risk. Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment. The abuse continued into her adulthood and only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that actively enabled the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused between 50 and 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. And the not Pakistani ones were Indian. Fiona, quote, I was beaten regularly, I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injuries, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community, blamed by families of perpetrators, unquote. Now we're reading the next one. We're reading the next one. Michelle. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and her stepfather. I'm going to side tangent just to fucking decompress, but No man worth his salt is going to marry a woman with a pre-existing child. Therefore, women seeking to marry after divorce and with child are at a higher likelihood to pick up the worst vintage of pond scum imaginable. If a man is willing to insert himself into a very broken family situation, it usually means that he has some kind of ulterior motive, or he's generally low-tier trash. I said what I said. If you disagree, you can cry about it. You can only see widow with adult kids maybe working out. No. There are no exceptions, sorry. We're assessing the character of a man who would be adopted, who would have inserted himself into that situation. It's even less about the woman. It's more about the risks that the woman is knowingly exposing herself and her children to. Counterpoint, you say, Seku? Go right ahead. I'm going to listen to it, but you're free to be. Gen Xers who already have their own kids marrying women who have their kids aren't that bad. Cope. No. No. Imagine, if you may, for a moment, being a single parent with daughters, and you're just going to suddenly share a household with strange young men. You're just going to allow them to exist there with your underage daughters? The fuck you will. Personal experience here. The guy has been in prison for 20 years with another 10 to go. See? Remember, never bet against the Oni, because I only talk about shit I know for a fact. All right. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many of whom abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience has created an association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought that this was normal, that they were boyfriends, and that they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and was subjected to repeat daily sexual abuse. The perpetrators would collect her from school, her home, public places, using threats of violence to coerce and control her. At age 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She was left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but they claimed there was little they could do without more I'm sorry, were the bruises and cuts not enough evidence? That's 2 good clips so far. Dom, there were no good clips today. I'm sorry to tell you that. This is mortifying. What the fuck are you on? Like, thank you for clip farming, but let's not use the word good here, okay? It's not entirely context appropriate. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. The police accepted him as her appropriate adult, a role normally reserved for parents, close family members, social workers, or trained professionals. The investigation was subsequently dropped. Yay. As potential viral? Nah, that doesn't happen to me. Because none of you post my clips on your own, that's why. All right. One of Michelle's friends who lived in a care home would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Care staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to the girls as prostitutes, despite them being children. Both social services and the police, Michelle says, failed to understand the situation, believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. As a result, so here's the thing. Very few, this is one of those big lies of feminism and the sexual revolution in particular. No woman engages in prostitution by choice. Some engage in it to navigate circumstances that could be navigated through more effort, but generally, the vast majority do not engage in an activity where the first professional skill that you need to adopt is preventing yourself from throwing up or crying while you're getting fucked. At the end of the day, it's another man's save file. Real and true. It's also a badly modded save file, too. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she was abducted and went missing, no one came looking for her. A social worker once told her that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in cars. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in rooms, passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as a front for drug dealing and the same sexual exploitation of children. I would also look into vape shops and Turkish barbers. She became pregnant 4 times as a child, and as a result of rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, 1 surviving child. Of her abusers, she states 98% of them were Pakistani Muslims. If not, they were Iraqi Muslims or Kurds. Michelle believes that these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities feared being labeled racist. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, calling it industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network of smaller connected groups in specific localities. Michelle claims she was raped by between 600 to 700 different men over the course of 3 years. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and her future destroyed. Inquiry panelist, what would you say the main issue was? Interesting way to word that, okay. Michelle, quote, I don't think that they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslims. If not, they were Iraqi and Kurdish, end quote. Okay, I'm gonna cut you a deal. We're gonna read this one. We're gonna take a quick break to watch a YouTube video because I need to decompress. Otherwise, I'm going to drop a slur by the end of it. So we're gonna read this one. We're gonna distract ourselves with a little bit of jiggling keys on YouTube. I need a white pill. Are there any news of there being widespread riots in England? Has the parliament been set on fire? Have the Brits started just hanging Pakistanis in the street? Please tell me that that's news that I'm not aware of. Please, pretty please, with sugar on top. Gonna watch gun cam videos? What are gun cam videos? That's a lot of pages. Yeah. All right, let's read through this one. Then you don't get to watch those videos right now, okay? We watch the video of the planned drone attack of the UFC fight. If you can find that one, there's a camera attached to an Apache gunner site. Listen, you're not allowed to just leave me here with this, okay? I swear to God, I'm gonna find a way to travel to fucking Frisco after reading this. Turns out the mastermind was illegal. Okay, post that in the media share. I'm looking in the media share and nothing there is making me happier. It's not getting better. A woman was arrested in Nottinghamshire for breaching the peace because she was screaming too loudly. She'd been gang raped, but the cops didn't care.
Into a flat where a woman was being raped and they arrested her for breach of the peace. Now this woman had been gang raped and they did not arrest a single suspect. One of the officers recognised the suspect there as already being known to police. They did not arrest any of the suspects. They did not preserve the crime scene and they did not safeguard this woman. After they arrested her and took her outside, they decided to de-arrest her and let her walk through the streets of Nottingham city centre on New Year's Day at 2 a.m, having just been gang raped and still intoxicated. Not a single one of the 6 police officers that were there had noted her rape anywhere in the case file. Now what happened to these police officers? Were they arrested for perverting the course of justice, for obstruction? No, of course not. This poor woman had to go home and then re-report her rape 5 days later. So yes, it's not...
So no rape kit, nothing could be... I think I'm just gonna turn on. I'm just gonna glow until the rest of the stream. I think that's just what I'm gonna hold up. Where's the? Should be my glows are usually over here. Where's that? Raids. Where the fuck do I keep the glowing juice? There it is. Yeah, we're just gonna fuck it, I'll just do it manually real quick. There we go. We're just gonna glow for right now. There we go. That's much better. It's an org behind the police that is encouraging this. She names them. Did I stop the video too early? Fuck. I'm sorry. This is not a very jolly good day. I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. Let's see.
And took her outside. They decided her rape and had to go home and then re-report happened to be one of the 5 constabularies under East Midlands Policing Legal Services, a quasi-legal team who's owned by, you guessed it, Derbyshire Constabulary. So if you've ever wondered why all of your complaints are manipulated by the Professional Standards team, remember, EMPLS oversees what goes on in the Professional Standards Department. And this is a quasi-legal team set up to protect the public? No. It's set up to protect the constabularies.
Oh, okay, so that's not an organization. That is a fucking government body. Find the Brass Facts vertical grip videos for some decompression. Yes, please and thank you. Ooh. Yeah. Dude, listen, we've had a name for the enemy for quite a while now, Dom. Like it's very simple. It's the Labour Party, it's the Conservative Party, it's the Met Police, it's the Mayor of London, it's the Constabulary. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking names. There's a full fucking list there. The Brits have their work cut out for them. You know what? I am going to take a quick bathroom break, just because fuck, and then I'll be back. You might have something, just can't speak Japanese, but the tone indicates it's not serious. Toss it in media share. There we have Brass Facts, where we'll get to you. I'm not going to be able to translate that because that probably has it probably has some local lingo to it. I'll do my best, but I don't guarantee anything. But fuck it. Right now, I need to go take a piss and refill my water. Right. So, see, I don't want to read through this, but I still will. It's just, it reminds me of the fact that it's very much my, I just wanted to play video games movement, because I started VTubing mostly because, well, I was going to play video games anyway. I may as well transform it into some kind of form of evergreen / monetizable content. But instead, external circumstances are such that the left, the commies, the fucking specky demon pinkos, whatever the fuck you want to call them, are so prevalent that I am compelled to use my soapbox to do this, just because the evils of the world have to be cleansed with a burning fire before I can permit myself to go back about my business. Yeah, that's pretty much it. What did Dom even clip there? Oh, see, Dom, you're missing the best clip that you could have collected. I'll probably reiterate that one for you later. Okay, let's keep going. Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues, and her father was absent from her life. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalled, acted as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham, supply her with alcohol, and in her words, she would have sex with them. Their interactions with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron to her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they had arrived at her house to collect her and found all of her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After that incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there. She believed her mother had asked them to intervene. Many years later, Whitney's daughter began self-harming at an age of 11 and even attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her that there was a sex room at school run by older boys. Oh, I wonder what was the color of those boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's case files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending a sexual image, which was then circulated among multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. All of them, incidentally, in the global south. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began going missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted the police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. I'm sorry, I have to question, woman, are you fucking retarded? You've been through a similar pattern. How do you allow your child to go missing regularly? What the fuck is this? I understand that women, I guess, just don't have agency or some shit, but how in the fuck? She was threatened with violence. She contacted the police, sometimes returned home with Whitney repeatedly referred to her concerns to the police and social services, clearly stating that she believed her daughter was being sexually exploited. Police responded police responses were often to see she just needed to report that someone was racist. Statements were not taken. Investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgraded the risk level, and eventually closed her case despite ongoing exploitation. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility. As a parent, her family received repeated threats, including warnings that her house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. I'm reliably informed by British police that those are not legal to own or carry. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on the National Referral Mechanism as a trafficking victim without her being informed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking and modern slavery, and serves as a recognition by a designated professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking and modern slavery. Whitney, quote, "My daughter told me that after a while there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said she was lying." End quote. Okay, time to decompress.
Hey, Meta, play gorgeous.
I'm gonna stop glowing for a
How
moment.
much do you spend on groceries per week? Like $150, $200.
Like
200 probably, 150.
At least 100.
I spend an entirety of none of your fucking
I
business.
had an idea for a video that I actually wanted to show because I think it's not a crash course, but it's by looking at one move, you can look at a bunch of different elements of the game, and it kind of shows you how the different elements of the game will combine into one fucking awesome system. So we're gonna look at it real quick. The move we're gonna look at is 6XP. This move right here does not look fancy. Does not look special.
Oh no, we're gonna have to learn fucking Asian notations, okay.
Does not look sexy. Does not look anything. This move is really important.
So forward
too. You can
okay.
understand why this move is important, and by understanding this move, you'll understand a lot more about Virtua Fighter in general.
Okay, first order of business. Virtual Fighter players are going to have to learn Tekken notations. This is not negotiable. There's more of us fleeing Tekken than there was ever of you playing Virtual Fighter.
Let's go down the list of properties as to why this move's important. Let's start with the boring stuff, the numbers. In Virtua Fighter, most characters' jab is 12 frame. Some characters have 11 frame jabs. We don't talk about the exceptions here. Start with the assumption that the jab is 12 frame, right? And
Okay.
you are +2.
Mm-hmm.
Being +2 might seem really awesome, but here's the problem with that, right? But you'll notice something. Even though I'm
Well, they've announced a new Virtual Fighter, so now everyone who's traumatized and abused by Tekken 8 is waiting to rebound on the new hotness in town. So, illegal immigrants don't get to make the rules. No, sorry, you will be great replaced by Tekken players. But will the Tekken 8 Waffle House DLC save it? No. First of all, Virtual Fighter is more likely to get a Waffle House, and no, not Virtual Fighter. Sorry, King of Fighters is more likely to get a Waffle House stage because Harada now works at SNK. And oh, my hands are back. And what was I about to say? Fuck, I forgot. Oh, right, yeah, the Yujiro DLC is going to be what saves Tekken 8, just because it's now going to be a fully fledged party game.
going for a bunch of options, his dick jab is fast enough to stop me, right? I'm +2 though. Why can't I do anything? What good is it being +2 if I can't enforce my plus frames, right? The dick jab is a really powerful move.
Thumbs angry? Well, that's because you're not supposed to play fighting games on pad. That's what arcade sticks are for.
It comes out in 12 frames and it goes under highs, and most fast moves are going to be highs. The dick jab is a real problem in Virtua Fighter, and when you're learning Virtua Fighter, learning to stop the dick jab is a real issue, right? A lot of people get stuck here. They just get dick jabbed to death. What you need, if I'm for those of you, eagle-eyed, math-minded, you're like, you need a fast enough mid to stop him. What's the number? To beat him, having a 13 frame would be really good, right? Because I'm +2. If his fastest move is 12 frames, then I will beat him. But in reality, the fastest mid most characters have, again, most, there are some exceptions, is a 14 frame mid. Yeah, that, right? I should be able to do it faster. Huh? Yeah, oh, sorry, I'm being dumb. I don't have to do it. I'm pressing God, but I'm making it more complicated than I have to. Forgive me. A 14 frame mid will buffer it. Yes, everyone's saying buffer. I know. A 14, the point is, for most characters, they just have to press 6p. But for Lei Fei, he has to press forward, right? Double the input. So for most people, it would just be forward punch. That'll be their 14 frame mid. Ah! Why am I so bad? See, this is why I'm a scrub. A 14 frame mid will stop it. But again, for those of you who are math minded, you will know, yeah, exactly. 14 minus 2 equals 12. But for those of you who are math minded, you're like, wait, shouldn't those two moves impact on the same frame, right? Frame 12? Correct. Here's the problem, right? In Virtua Fighter, unlike in Tekken, when both moves collide, both moves make impact. In Virtua Fighter, if two moves collide on the same frame, the move that does the most damage wins. It destroys the move. So what's happening here? Yeah, because of the 6-6.
So there's a crushing system that's actually not like level or evasion based. It's priority based for power, which is probably the more realistic and the better system, admittedly.
So what's happening here? You have to be faster. So what's happening here is that actually
it isn't happening, and it's a good thing, Tekken players.
my move is impacting on the exact same frame, right? Is impacting the exact same frame, and it's crushing his one, right? So, lesson 1. Why is this move valuable? 14 frame mids are very valuable because they allow you to enforce your +2 from jab if you're not a scrub, which I am, right? Most characters have an easier job because it's just a 6p, right? So that's the first reason why it's invaluable. Why else is this move valuable? By the way, let's actually get into details. In some ways, it being a 6-6p makes it harder for Lei Fei because I have to input it really tightly. That being said though, the superior range is a decent trade-off. And look at the pushback, right? So it's a trade-off. It's perhaps a little bit harder to put in, but it's a really good fucking move, right? We'll get into the implications for sidestepping too. We'll get into that after. That's going to be, let's say, reason number 3. Reason number 2 is because of the next thing. What is it on block? It's only -5. -5 is a really important number in Virtua Fighter, and the best way to show you is just by just showing you. I could explain it to you, but I'll show you first, and I'll explain. We are going to set the computer to, after it blocks it, to try and grab me. Notice, sorry, bear with me. Notice that I can fuzzy immediately, right? So damage dictates priority. Yes, if they impact on the same frame, yes, damage dictates priority.
You know, I don't eat bad for breakfast. I just don't eat. I just have coffee, and then I have my first meal at this and that. I'm like, sis, you're never gonna hit your.
Notice this, right? -5. Allows me to do this, but it gets better. What if my opponent doesn't go for a throw and they go for a mid? Will they hit me I'll be crouching, right? So will they hit me? No. Right. So it allows me to do this, right? It allows me to fuzzy. -5 and below, -5, -4, -3, -2, -1, I guess, and 0, obviously, allows me the freedom to do this. The fuzzy option select, right? So in Virtua Fighter, moves that are -5 on block are considered safe for this reason, because you can render yourself immune to most rebuttals, right? Now,
it's almost like doing, I don't know, a -7, -8 mid on block in Tekken, and then sidewalking used to be an option select against people who would be too eager to match.
Let's see, that's -6, perfect. Okay, so I can't do it. At -6, I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too slow. Once we're at -6, it's too late. You are now having to legit guess between one and the other because you can't duck fast enough, right? So once you're at -6 and above, it's too late. You now have to guess. You are in what's known as a Nataku situation where you have to guess between throw or mid, right? But -5 and below, you have this beautiful option. And I'll be honest, I don't implement this in my game anywhere near as much as I should, but I know I should, right? So this is another reason why this move is really powerful. Next reason why the move is powerful, I've already kind of alluded to it, right? I often try and sell people on Virtua Fighter by talking about the sidestepping. Oh, sidestepping works really clean. And it does, in a sense. let's see. I have to think about this because I'm kind of doing this on the fly. What's the best way to show this? I know the best way to show this. The best way to show this is by having Lei Fei do this. Okay, hold on. No, that's wrong. The best way to show it is this. Right. So he's gonna do a jab into a mid, right?
Okay.
I beat it clean, right? I beat it. Because that kick that he does is not programmed to track, therefore it doesn't track, right? It beats it clean, both directions. Beats it clean, right?
Okay, but what about forward punch?
So oftentimes, it's often better to step when you are in minus, understand? It's better to step when you are in minus, typically. Because the irony is, if you try to step when you're plus, oftentimes you'll get what's known as an empty evade. You'll do it in a step, but it won't have any evasive properties, right? It'll just fail. You won't get the whoosh that you get otherwise, right? What does this mean for an attacker? This means that actually, oftentimes, doing a move slightly slow can be useful because it means that can you step after -5? You can step after minus anything. Yes, you absolutely can. Always, you can, right? But a move that has, let me go back to my earlier thought process. It can be useful to do a move on a slight delay. Why? Because if a person tries to instantly sidestep, their sidestep will be empty because nothing came out. And the move only came out once they stopped their sidestep. Does that make sense? So there's a paradoxical advantage sometimes to a move.
So moves auto-realign, okay.
Being slower. Now we come back to why this move is so powerful, right? So this, I can step it immediately. I can step it immediately, right? But what if he instead does... This move is harder to dodge. Precisely because it doesn't come out immediately. The slowness of this move, right? You saw me earlier struggling to make it come out perfectly on the 14th frame, like to check. That is a weakness of the move. But an advantage of the move is that it actually becomes harder to step, even if I try doing it on immediate timing, right? So this move is awkward as fuck. This move hits people in ways that most people's 6P doesn't, right? So that sense of like, oh, that was perfect, right? But it can be a bit tricky, right? So, basically, sidestepping is really powerful on immediate timing, but you can not only do circular moves to catch stepping, but you can also do a non-tracking move slightly slower so that it catches them after their evasive window, right? Each time you press up or down, you are creating an evasive window of time, kind of like a Dark Souls roll. There's like an invincibility window. And if a move comes out during that window, you're immune to it if it isn't tracked. If it isn't...
Okay, so sidestep, so lateral movement works on iframes as opposed to comparing collision hitboxes, okay?
Specifically programmed to catch you in that invincibility window, right? But if it is programmed to catch you in that window, it will. And so a delayed button can be really powerful precisely because it's catching you, it's kind of becoming active after the invincibility window, right? So those are like, that's a quick kind of rundown as to why this seemingly non-important move is actually secretly really powerful, right? To kind of reiterate, right? 14 frame mid is really important because it allows you to enforce your plus frames from +2. So many characters, a simple jab into, for many characters, jab into 6P is a really effective strategy. Stops a lot of horse shit. So what's this? Yeah, 14 frame mid, right? So this is yours. Bang, bang. So let's go. It should be easier for me to run the experiment that I was struggling with last time, precisely because it's a single button input. So I'm going to have him counterattack 3, 2. We'll have him immediately dick jab, right? Stop, right? This is your no-nonsense button. If you're fighting someone, they're doing all kinds of crazy shit, they're dick jabbing when they're not supposed to be, they're doing it with like high crush, low crush, blah, 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 blah. This right here, stop it.
Hey, Matt, remember when we could frame trap and collect actually high-quality counter hits in Tekken?
This move exists to demand respect for your frames. You have to represent this sometimes, otherwise people will just mash, and rightfully so, right? And once you've conditioned them to be respectful, now you can start doing jab into throw, right? It won't work here because the dick jab will go under the high and it's a strike speed grabs, blah, 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 right? But once you've conditioned them to be like, stop it, stop fucking around, stop fucking around. And this is true for most characters, right? Most characters, this is how it works. I'll just to prove the point, I'll show other.
All right, thank you. Very, very illustrative. Let's do some more reading. Mayor of Ibaraki City found dead in drainage ditch. Okay. Toyoji Sudo, mayor of Shimotsuma, I would like my page thing. Ibaraki Prefecture, was found dead in a drainage ditch early Monday in the town of Yachigo, also in the prefecture. Ibaraki Prefecture Police believe, based on the surrounding circumstances, that Sudo, 67, killed himself. Are we sure about that? Are we absolutely sure about that? The mayor returned to his home on Sunday morning before leaving in a car alone. According to police, family members worried that he did not return even at night, reporting him missing at 11 p.m. His body was found in a police search around 12:50 a.m. Monday. Sudo served as a speaker for the city assembly before being elected mayor for the first time in March. Oh, that's it? That's the whole news? His prefecture was the highest legal immigration in Japan. He was elected to fix it. Big think. Big think. I'm not going. No. I'm not going to register to read. Sorry. So I guess this is the organizer of the UFC, of the foiled UFC attack plot. Hermosillo Alvarez, 31, of Omaha. I don't think he's of Omaha. I'm not sure what gives it away, but I don't think he's from Omaha. Something Bro's just happy to be here. God damn. Well, enjoy federal incarceration, bitch.
We have to have it in our diets. If you don't have sodium, your nerves literally stop working.
Welcome to the Nova Group. Today I'd like to talk about vertical foregrips. Yeah, I know, kind of a boring topic, but I was watching
nice Hux can.
Lucas Botkin on the Lethal Company YouTube channel, is essentially TRX Arms 2.0 company thingamabobber or whatever. Lethal Core, Lethal Company, whatever, channel, and he was talking about
he plays Korean slop, point and laugh.
How he's getting rid of all the vertical foregrips off of all of his guns.
What I have discovered is a vertical foregrip doesn't do anything. In fact, it actually inhibits your ability to be able to shoot a rifle. If you go to shoot for barricades, if you're just dealing with inconsistency of pressures as you're mounting the rifle and trying to shoot in a way that gets your dot to return the same every time, a vertical foregrip, and I still have it on this gun because it's, nostalgic.
Since this video has come out, a number of people, some very good shooters, have chimed in about how, I agree, vert grips are fucking stupid.
Interlude. I may not be a professional high-speed guy or a competitive shooter, but I'm going to say that it depends. Like, foregrips exist for a reason. They have a very solid use case. Probably less applicable for long-range marksmanship. My MCX is not very comfortable to use without a foregrip, because it is a very short gun. There is very limited rail space, and I need to make sure that I can form a consistent and repeatable grip to flex the rifle and pull it into my shoulder.
Here, it's important to note when we talk about using vert grips in the modern age, we're not talking about broom handle gripping it, that is wrapping your thumb around, though that is something you may do on occasions. We're talking about more using it as an advanced hand stop, allowing you to switch the orientation of your sort of grip to a much more upright, neutral position than the very aggressive forward, Chris Costa style grip. So interestingly, I agree with all of these points. I don't think any of these points are necessarily wrong. Not only are they not necessarily wrong, they're correct. They're harder to use off a cover. I notice that when I shoot a rifle like this versus...
Isn't that why you would just have a dedicated cover stop somewhere on your rail as opposed to trying to post from your hand stop.
A rifle with the vert foregrip that I tend to shoot this one a little like cleaner, right? The reticle resets properly or more predictably, right? Up and down kind of. This kind of has more of a jiggle when I shoot it, whatever. However, and I don't mean to start any drama here or call these people out per se, but I think some of the notion that vert grips are just, you know, flat out stupid, useless, dumb, is probably an example of the artifice or the result of these individuals being hyper specialized into the competition space. So let me go ahead and talk about them real quick. So to kind of offer a balanced perspective on the trend of the internet right now to just shit on these vert grips. In short stints, or even relatively long stints, right? I've done, you know, full half-day competitions with these things. You can run the gun very effectively in this sort of thumb over bore, sort of crisscross the light sort of grip. You can even drop your elbow a little bit if you need to, right? But you have very good control over the gun, right? It's very pointable. You can, you know, recoil control, blah, 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 blah. All stuff you guys are likely aware of. When we throw in other stuff, right, just multiple days of doing this, wearing a heavy backpack, like a rucksack, right, 50 pounds plus, just being generally exhausted from a number of days of doing this, you have a tendency to drop your elbow down, right, as you get tired, because this gets really tired and you can kind of mitigate that by just dropping your elbow down. And the more your elbow goes down, the less effective, in my opinion, that grip style becomes. If this was just it, I wouldn't give a shit, right? But then we throw in other intervening variables like rain, right? As the gun gets more slick, this becomes a less effective way of gripping the gun. Then what about...
That's actually one of my concerns. I have the hand stop because I want a consistent means of indexing on the same point of grip on my handrail. And I don't want my hand to have any variability as to where it can fall on the rail, because there's only one grippable area that allows me to work the rifle effectively.
Cold. I have, you know, more than half of the year in my environment, it is so cold that my hands turn into sort of solid bricks with very little dexterity and very low grip pressure relative to normal, even if I'm wearing gloves. And gloves actually help less. They reduce your grip on the gun because most gloves are not very grippy. And in these scenarios, I find it hugely beneficial to have a vertical block that translates
Hello, BCM handgun cover.
100% of the energy I put rearward into the gun into rearward motion, thus deleting the dead space between the stock and my shoulder, which I'm going to begin to struggle with, especially when you stack all 3-4 variables into the space, you know, tired, wet, cold, and then also try to employ gloves with a sort of friction-based grip, which is what a circular, no hand stop, no vert grip style grip is. It's not to say it's impossible, it's just a lot easier, and I find that important to me. On top of that, one thing that these individuals...
Also, if you do not cover your handguard the second you start shooting, your hands are going to warm up really fast. My MCX is actually very good at venting heat, despite the handguard sitting directly over a good half of the suppressor. It depends on how much you shoot. If you shoot like a mag through it, you'll be fine. It gets toasty on like mag 3 with rapid fire. But yeah, I also I just mostly shoot with gloves on.
Keep forgetting is that these guns, when used...
I kind of want to implement a handrail cover just because it kind of makes sense and I don't want to rely on gloves for all of my use cases, but also it's a very thick aluminum handguard, so it doesn't actually heat up that disgustingly fast.
In the manner that we are training for, right? We're putting a ton of magnification on. We have night vision on.
Probably also has to do with the fact that I run a 5-inch barrel, so there's just not a lot of dwell time for the round and for the burning powder to even heat the barrel up.
We have a flashlight. We have a suppressor. We talk about signature reductions against an adversary. This is not stuff we care about in competition. This is for what the Second Amendment is meant for. So fill in the gaps there, right? But in these scenarios, our rates of fire are going to be pretty high, which means the gun is going to get very, very hot. And while there are certain things we can do to the guns to mitigate the effects of that heat, right? The Mark I, for example, brags about these little windows that you can, you know, stick your Skittles in or whatever. The reality is, it doesn't fucking matter, right? With these tiny-ass handguards, which is just the norm on every single gun nowadays, that heat is going to become a problem very, very quickly. quickly. And then when we get into the range of 1 combat load, maybe 2 if you have extra ammo in your backpack, you can't hold the gun anymore. And in that situation, you're going to start gripping the gun like this, which, trust me, that is a far more compromising effect to your shooting ability than this little guy right here. Finally, 2 lesser aspects is just the change in the sort of angle of how your hand interfaces with the gun. Once again, if we're C-clamping, we're sort of doing this hand pivot thing. However, if we're using a AFG as a hand stop, we're much more in a neutral wrist position. This is obviously more comfortable, but from a more practical standpoint, once again, when we have cold, tired, and wet, likely all 3 hands, and a lot of times you won't have sufficient pressure, especially when you have like a spongy glove that you're wearing in a cold weather environment, to actually press these. Or if you do press them, you'll do phantom double taps where you'll not have enough pressure such that it'll skip on and off, and then you'll double tap your laser on or something like that. Or you'll just fail to turn it on in a critical moment, blah, 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 blah. The grip helps us have that leverage to push down instead of a C-clamp style, where yes, we can push down, but that's in contrast to the motion of also pulling back. So I want to be sure. I'm not saying that these gentlemen are wrong. In fact, they are correct. In the specific style of shooting they're talking about.
Exactly. I think that the important caveat that a lot of people have lost in the sauce is that the comment from Lucas and from the other gentleman is specifically pertaining to marksmanship at intermediate and long ranges at a competition, not when you need to operate a PDW in relatively confined spaces in order to find and kill people.
With the circumstance of that style of shooting, which is very high intensity, but very short in duration, the vert grip is probably going to get in your way. But I think for everything else, unstandard positions, fatigue, cold, hot, whatever, the vert grip is a nice addition to have and helps out more, in my opinion, in these scenarios than the vert grip debuffs you in those other scenarios that they mentioned. I'm not saying that you need to have a vert grip. I'm just saying it's not as clear cut as it's necessarily made out to be, where a vert grip is always a bad choice. And that's why I continue to run them on certain setups. All right, cool. Times must be good that we're discussing the utility of a vertical foregrip. I don't know. Gun stuff is really fun to me. Gun theory is really fun to me. So I enjoy talking about this, but I may be the only one here. All right, see ya.
Correct brass facts take. What can I say? He needs to maintain more discipline with his lead foot. Whatever you say, sir. I have not run any competitions recently, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
ゴル様どうもタバルです。ネットでは兄貴とも呼ばれ荒ぶれてますがビビリです。偉大なる捨て子一門に恥じないよう昔から一生懸命練習してます。日高では父さんが活躍したビデオをいっぱい見せられましたが、なぜか1本だけ禁断とラベルの貼ったビデオがあり、母さんはそれだけは見せてくれませんでした。デビューし毎日杯は勝てましたが。
So this is what? This is the progeny of you just like vert grips, but that's because you're a hipster autistic psycho. Well, that's because you don't have any fucking guns that will even hold a fucking vert grip. How the fuck are you going to put a vert grip on a lever gun? Am I to assume that this is Golshi's progeny?
クラシックは惨敗、海外に行かされ、多少は度胸もつきましたが、去年の宝塚記念も相当なプレッシャー、調教から帰ってきたある日、父さんから宅急便が届いてましたね。中には禁断のビデオと一通の手紙が、たばる、父も負けた、リラックスだ、シックと、おかげで、吹っ切れ、G1 を勝てました。その後、お世話になった松本さんが亡くなり、ドラマの影響か、私も
He looks just like Golshi when he was younger. I see.
されかてませんでした。今度も父さんのビデオをまた見て頑張ります。勝ったら親子で連覇。ドキドキ。戦略。
Okay. Deep horse lore. I appreciate the contribution. Let's. Okay.
Gigantic cream fucking sandwich. Just when I thought the sandwich had nothing else to say, I'm proven wrong. Oh, we're deep frying the bread. Completely unnecessary. Fucking disgusting. Brave. The Japanese came up with this. It's always the ones you least expect. They were eating fish and noodles. I look away for 5 minutes and they've come up with this fucking weapon of mass destruction.
I'll remind you that the Japanese are the ones who invented high fructose corn syrup. That's right.
Okay, get stuck into it now. There's absolutely no fucking need.
That looks so good. I look forward to crashing out and going to Japan to eat
For
this.
that amount of cream. This is disgusting. Thank you, Japan. What am I supposed to do now that I know about this? Not have a cream fucking sandwich. Those days are over. From this moment on, my life is on a collision course with a cream sandwich, and
Kind of big same. Yeah, I feel that.
there's nothing anyone can do to stop it. Japan, you're playing with fire, you cunt. This has brought the ability to make a cake to the common man. We were never meant to wield such power. Is this a creme brulee one? It is a creme brulee one. Exactly as I feared. It looks fucking lovely. I think I should stop watching this. I'm gonna stop watching. It's the right thing to do. Follow me. I'm delicious.
Yeah. Yeah, objectively correct summary, I have to say. Man was never meant to wield this power. I'm helping a friend plan her family trip to Japan, and it's bad, Oni Dojo. It's very bad. I'm in very bad withdrawals. If I manage to fix my back by the end of summer, I'm fucking gone. I look at hotel prices. I will find a way to pay for tickets for myself and Oni wife. And then I am fucking gone. For at least 2 weeks, I will be completely fucking MIA with not a drop of content. Well, I probably won't even log on to Twitter for anything else other than just posting pics of 2 days ago. Ooh.
Welcome to Strike Gently. We've got blankets, enamel pins, patches, and... So...
15-minute video. All right, we have to keep reading. We've dilly-dallied enough. Let me put on, the glow is coming back. Put the glow on. Puts the lotion on the skin. All right, let's fucking do this. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang and sentenced to 8 years in prison. Despite this, Sally believes there is evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. So we're just... So they're just jailing the victims now. That's great. You should donate to the Oni family trip to Japan. Listen, you never should, and nor do I ever coerce any of you to do that. But should you feel compelled, I can set up a... I'll set up a throne page with reasonable donation sizes to break it up if you feel so compelled as to throw cash at me, because I don't have a PayPal link. Honestly, the trip is largely paid for in the sense that I should be getting a bonus in a couple of months, and that covers it hand over fist. Like, I'm very well within my budget. The tickets are the fucking sticking point, because flying to Japan is the most expensive part of it. The rest I can wing. Okay, let's read this. I'm not going to get distracted. Spare some pocket change. You're not a poor. You're no longer saving money to move to be unemployed. I appreciate it, Seko. Again, I never ask for donations because I have a fucking job. I have a paycheck that comes in every 2 weeks. But if you feel like throwing some change at the Content Monkey, I'll set up a dedicated piece on Throne as the tip jar. All right, Sally described a previously stable working family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through, but they had already moved out of their family home and all their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property for a short-term basis, but it was not ideal for a family with 4 children. It was only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. Her daughter began making up stories, such as claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in the family life. The stresses of the household was under led to an argument led to arguments that brought in both police and social services. Oh, really? Nah, the social services get involved there. I see. After leaving school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends saying that her daughter was lying on the pavement outside of the property. If Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to the bus stop and leave her there as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat. Snapchat is going to probably be a recurring theme in these, because Snapchat, being a platform that deletes communications after a set amount of time, is actually the preferred method for a lot of these gangs to communicate, became scared about the outcome of the case and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to initiate more trouble into the household. It later emerged in court that they had been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. Funny how that only happens when the subject concerns Pakistanis. Sally's daughter then began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she was able to work behind the bar at the nightclub where her behavior began to change. She would return home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came home with a black eye and said that there had been a fight in the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Sally began to notice that her daughter's phone would ring regularly with Asian, quote-unquote, men's names appearing on the screen, so Pakistani. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. Okay. They also ensured she was always paired up with an older member of staff, as the Asian, so Pakistani, men would harass her if she was working alone. One Pakistani man gifted her a gold chain. Excuse me, is Pakistani or Indian? Sally's daughter began saying she wanted to move away from home. She had regularly traveled to a nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and drop her off at the station. Are you fucking insane, woman? And she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left her with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She had told work colleagues that she had moved because her stepfather was harming her, but that was not true. After a few days of investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived to the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers to whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed in her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Pakistani or Indian men. They believed that she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape she had reported. Over the course of the following years, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She would often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She was usually without underwear and spent increasing amounts of time in the hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she was a victim of Gee, what gave it the fuck away? Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her number and her number kept changing. One incident involved Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant with the man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian, probably Indian man, following her, trying to grab her, take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and friends, who quickly pulled her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Definitely an Indian. Nevertheless, the police still insisted Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. The police believed that she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming, putting herself in dangerous situations. They wanted to have her sectioned, but a doctor disagreed, noting that she still had capacity. Another incident involved a different Indian or Pakistani man who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down in yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed she had been told that if she did not do as her abuser said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing up repercussions to the family. She went missing again. The police stated that they believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of. Can you fuck off enough? Part of her bail condition requires her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging that she was been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within half an hour, the police arrested her, and she was sent to prison. Excuse me, what? Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times but was nevertheless groomed. We keep going. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming as well as repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she was being groomed and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. He even has a fathering license, I tell you. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. I'm sorry, but if a minor is being raped, why do we even need social services? Does the police not have like that saying, I don't know, something about rape being illegal? Are they not aware that they can just, arrest people for breaking the law? While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her leaving the house, she should call social services or the police. Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? So if a minor attempts to... So minor is being trafficked and raped. I sleep. Minor attempts to leave the house in order to be trafficked and rape. Real shit. Okay, I'm sorry. This cannot be accidental. This has to be like knowing complicity. Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was then closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. The social worker assigned to him followed this, openly stated to him that they were only taking the case because of his complaint. Okay. This made him feel like the problem rather than the parent concerned with safeguarding his daughter from abuse. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. What? He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away when she becomes violent. even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away. I'm sorry, how the fuck is wrong with British men that you can't just pick up your fucking minor daughter and fucking throw her in a cupboard? If she is very obviously off her fucking leash, how about you put her back on the fucking leash? Have you considered that you can just do things? Oh, she'll call social services. With what fucking phone? He received as he walked away. They did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remained convinced that if his child were male and if he were female, the response would have been kind of an irrelevant fucking point, honestly. Marlon would often spend his evenings driving in search of his daughter until 3 and 4 a.m. While having work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn up to his house many hours later, of course, because he didn't report a racism event. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than it being the safeguarding emergency that it was. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behaviors and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. Oh, fuck. It's like that meme about the woman who keeps picking up stray cats and then letting them be outside pets and they constantly get eaten by coyotes. And so I told her that she just keeps feeding cats to coyotes and she started to cry. It's that fucking meme. So you're just feeding the misbehaving white British girls to the Muslims? A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with Children's Services and the police, and the police's missing from home team. It's nice that they have a whole team for that shit. Shame they don't do anything. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Why? She is a minor. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in front of all in attendance. The officer has since been dismissed. Oh, dismissed, not caned, not hanged, just dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene, but privately acknowledged that he was right to continue to report his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. God, fucking absolutely whipped cocks, each and every one of them. Shortly after, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found at Marlon's mother's house, unkept distress, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, therefore destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to police until days later. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. Race check on the Bobby. Yeah. The perpetrator was arrested but bailed with the condition to not contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and drug dealer, and his associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. Another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by the older woman, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse. Taken into secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse. I'm sorry. Isn't that supposed to achieve the opposite? Including sexual abuse by staff and other children. What the actual fucking... This is not a country where the rule of law exists. Apparently not. And safeguarding failures. Marlon made multiple complaints. I'm so glad he complained. It's very bad to point fingers at victims, and the families are also victims. However, if there were more British fathers willing to stab a Paki over this shit, this would happen significantly less frequently. That's all I'm going to say. At a court hearing, social services attended to place his daughter on a child protection plan from emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened in order this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. Well, that's okay. Sure. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unstable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. Police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs despite her being a victim of trafficking, and on the NRM, Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff where she was groomed again. They're literally just feeding young minor girls. They're feeding teenage girls to the Pakistanis. That's all they're fucking doing. Scarlett was just read that. Racist, abused, extremist comments were made. I really don't. Why are we even okay? Marlon again raised. He fucking wrote a sternly worded letter. He did. Mud fucking cuck. Holy shit, is the entire island populated by no one but fucking emasculated, spineless cucks? Is this why they have to prosecute SAS officers for supposed war crimes in fears that they're the fucking last British men left alive? Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, receiving black eyes. Oh, not a black eye. And had to sleep barricaded in his room. He repeatedly, does your front door not lock? That's why Germany got rid of the KSK and their entire existing special operations arm. Yeah, that kind of checks out. He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support, but was refused because he's a male parent. Which, you know what? I hate to side with the Crown, but can you man the fuck up? How are you suffering from violent episodes by your minor daughter? Are you for real right now? Are you sorry, is Marlon like infirm? Is he wheelchair bound? Like what am I missing here? He has been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. Oh boy. He states it has destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failures. If you would like to hear Marlon's story in greater detail, he's recently published a book about the experience titled In Plain Sight. I'm going to offer a groundbreaking, revolutionary novel idea. Perhaps instead of writing strongly worded letters and memoirs, have you considered building a fucking lootie and killing the Paki groomer like a man would, you know? Shocking concept for a British man, I know. Marlon, quote, Scarlett went missing again for several days. When she was eventually found, she was unkept, distressed, disclosed she had been raped. Shockingly, Edge of Care staff returned her to the location where she had been raped and failed to report the offense to police or duty social workers until days later, unquote. 2 more pages. Okay, Wallace. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situation she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically, emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. Many such cases. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. Single mothers are never beating the allegations. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. He was moved around many different home environments and learned to accept the situation without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old. When an adult came into his bedroom at night and got into bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but instinctively knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partners and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all members of the group were involved in the abuse, but the core group of the men were. Number 1, mother. Number 2, the mother's boy. Yeah, it doesn't... So, again, I'm going to belabor this point because I think it just illustrates what the fuck we're dealing with here on a cultural level better than anything else really can. You see, for some reason, these people have a closely knit group of people who they can just call and invite to abuse a child, male or female. And that seems to be just part and parcel of living in a big city as a Pakistani, I guess, or as an Indian. And that speaks volumes as to the quality of these populations in aggregate. I'm sorry, we're beyond not all. It is seemingly enough of them. Because in a hypothetical situation, if I were to somehow communicate to any 3 or 5 or 9 or however many of my friends, however close they may be, that I have kidnapped a 13-year-old girl and have... Thank you for derailing the tangent. Sorry, I know that I set that up myself. I'm just on edge and very fucking irritable. But please let me rant for a second there. I'm gonna first of all let me take off the fucking hand tracking because it's distracting me. Oh boy, this is grim. So, as I was saying, I think that we're beyond the point of clamoring on to not all, because it is very obviously enough of them. It is enough of them that we can see a very clear pattern of behavior that's just endemic in the fucking subcontinentals. Because all of them invariably seem to have a group of people that they can just invite to rape a minor, or even just generally to come and rape someone on their property. Because I know that they're not like us, because if I were to contact any number of my friends telling them, hey, I have a 13-year-old girl I kidnapped and was raping for a week, would you like to come over and have a go? Within the hour, there would be competing groups breaking my door down and giving me a Kurt Cobain haircut all over the fucking ceiling. And they would be completely justified in doing so. For some reason, that doesn't occur in the quote-unquote South Asian communities. See, now that is a clip. In child abuse statistic, hard numbers, highest percentage sources are those two. You cannot overstate this. It keeps happening. You can't believe people to refuse to believe this. Well, see, because the second holy cow that we are not allowed to question after the Browns is the single mothers. Or just, women in general, unless they're being victimized by the Browns, in which case the Browns take precedent. All right, let's keep going. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present. It had a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. The setting felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, which instinctively made him feel unsafe. No shit. He was led into a bedroom, restrained and raped by an adult. His mother's partner's brother spoke to him as if what had just happened was normal. I mean, I guess it's normal in Afghanistan. Despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt, Wallace asked if he would receive a toy for what had happened. Oh, God, fuck. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. I don't think this is an important detail. Okay. Even then he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who were usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This caused the long-term psychological damage. Are we reading about a fucking pizza party? Is this the fucking the Podesta contribution? At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He had been coached to say that these men were his uncles, and that is what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding allowed, and he returned to the abusive environment. The signs of abuse were there and only reinforced Wallace's view that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him and disclosed, which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from authorities resulted in Wallace's statements being recorded improperly. Due to the experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including General Medical Council, and to other oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, obstructive, continued for years without resolution. During his time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma. He was once again felt dismissed and disbelieved and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he was experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, a sense of self-worth, and ability to feel safe. He wishes his abusers and the authorities who failed to act to be held to account, and for his story to help protect other children from similar harm. Let's do... I think I have two more in me. Sebastian was raised in Scotland in a stable household. Sebastian's mother held down a professional job, owned her own home and car, and the family regularly went on holiday together. Despite this relatively secure background, which was not typical of abuse victims, Sebastian was raped, abused from the age of 6 by family members without... Wait, what? Excuse me? Yeah, Melty, today is not... How should I put this? We're not really steeped in positivity today, but it's a bitter medicine that has to go down. It's It's very important to have a tangible and well-articulated reason as to why we maintain a derision and a burning hate of certain groups of people, and why we should eventually see them eradicated at least from our immediate proximity, if not at all from the face of the earth. These family members instilled in Sebastian the belief that, to be safe, you had to give them what they wanted. This led Sebastian to develop a transactional view of interpersonal relationships. At age 11, Sebastian was introduced to by these abusive family members to a local cafe owner. The owner gave Sebastian free food, lifts in his car, free cinema tickets, to build trust and sense of obligation. From there, see, this is probably something that more of an example of, how should I put this? The toffs, as Digby would put it. And their penchant for young boys. From there, they began prostituting Sebastian out to a number of people. These included seemingly respectable professionals, such as estate agents, solicitors. Oh yeah, it's definitely the British upper class, which I guess kind of does explain their leniency towards the fucking Mohammeds doing the same. Care support workers for children, and even police officers. And these people are still alive, mind you. Like, at no point has a Charles Bronson appeared out of the fucking smog and just hanged these fuckers in the dark of night. Even at boarding school, Sebastian was raped, assaulted, and groomed by staff and connected adults, which Sebastian's injuries often ignored by medical professions. All of Sebastian's abusers were white British. Okay, so this is an upper class activity, I guess. As I've been informed by Digby that they are known to do. In adulthood and during the final years of the abuse, Sebastian became aware of the wider operation of the grooming network, both in a quiet rural area and in the city. At age 40, Sebastian was finally able to escape the cycle of abuse that had lasted for nearly 4 decades. Following years of abuse, Sebastian born... Okay, Sebastian born a biological female, transitioned to the opposite sex, and now identifies as a trans man. Okay, see, like, very clear case of dissociation. Like, it's an understandable coping mechanism. Transition socially at 41, medically at 48. However, when describing the abuse experienced as a child, it remains important for Sebastian to recognize that these events occurred while living as a girl and perceived as such. Sebastian acknowledged that this transition was, at least in part, a consequence of the abuse experienced. In a just world, we'd have a guy wandering London and reenacting scenes from Predator. Yeah. Very much so. I want to see a very wide swath of British society strung up and flayed, degloved even. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have. Consequence of the user experience, feels safer from further abuse when presenting as a man. Sebastian recognizes the profound impact trauma can have on a person's life, believes that different people find different ways to cope. For some, that means choosing a particular career or relationship or making unhealthy choices by using substances or alcohol. For Sebastian, transitioning and finding peace in being Sebastian became a path to recovery. Sebastian described healing from trauma as a form of transition. For Sebastian, that transformation was involved in changing personal identity and finding a sense of safety never known while living as a female. Sebastian understands that others may not fully understand the path people take to cope with trauma, but hopes that at the very least they will try to understand. Sebastian now advocates for other survivors with the aim of protecting vulnerable people and helping them develop local measures to prevent child abuse. I need a drink of water. Right. Anna. Anna was raised in a stable middle-class household with both parents present. She first experienced abuse at the age of 13 by a perpetrator who was almost 18, whom she met through friends. He began their interaction with what is known as love bombing. He complimented her, messaged her regularly, offered to buy her gifts and alcohol, requested photographs of her, and discussed meeting up. Okay, so very, very common Middle Eastern sexual aggression pattern. They arranged to meet at a local bus stop and go into town. At the last minute, he changed the plan, asked Anna to meet him at the end of the path in the nearby woodland. Please, just fucking teach your children. Wait, never mind. Roll that back. Step 1. Don't have fucking subcontinentals in your society whatsoever. Full fucking stop. That's it. The Indians, the Pakistanis, the fucking, I don't know, the Southeast Asians, I do not give a fuck. Just do not share a society with these people. Step number 2. Teach your children that the world is a scary place filled with bad people. Doesn't mean that you don't interact with the world, but it means that you need to be smarter than the world. When someone changes the place of meeting from a location that would be known to other people to a secluded end of a path in a nearby woodland, you do not comply. You never go to a third location. Upon arrival, his demeanor was cold and aggressive. He demanded that Anna perform oral sex on him and threatened to tell people she knew that she had sent him explicit photos and that they had already had sex. Feeling threatened and fearful, she complied. Unbeknownst to Anna, he had covertly recorded the incident. A few days later, multiple men added her on Snapchat. Remember what I said about Snapchat? And began mocking and taunting her. The perpetrator himself sent Anna the video, laughed, and told her that he had shared it with the boys and brothers, leaving her feeling humiliated, fearful, and traumatized. Anna reported the assault to the police, but despite explaining the coercion and threats, the case was closed with no investigation into the creation and distribution of what is essentially CP. Yes. Rumors spread rapidly amongst Anna's peers, and she was mocked and insulted in public. I mean, oh, this is going to sound bad. Maybe we should mock women for associating with these fucking animals. Like, oh, you dated a Muslim? Ew. Or you're dating a Muslim? Ew. I think that's just the socially default thing to do. Again, there is a reason why different variants of the term coal burner exist. It's a very, very important reputation management technique. And sometimes women don't react to any information or any warnings outside of seeing someone crash and burn. A year later, Anna encountered 3 Muslim brothers through a friend who was already being groomed and abused by them. They supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes in a public park, waited until she was heavily intoxicated before they began assaulting her. One of the brothers pulled her behind a tree, groped her chest despite her repeated refusals. When she tried to flee, he pushed her violently against the tree, causing her to hit her head and suffer a concussion. It's suicidal empathy as well. What exactly? The grooming continued through threats to her family, intimidation, verbal abuse, cycles of affection, gifting, coercion, very typical behavior, or rather a commonly known tactic, the involvement of Snapchat. Again, the advice to any existing or any current or future parents. There is no reason for anyone to have Snapchat on their phone. That includes your child, that includes any associates, that includes anyone. If someone has Snapchat on their phone, they are either participating in the drug trade or they are a groomer. In both cases, they're using Snapchat to not leave any evidence. Anna did not feel safe reporting the abuse to the police. On another occasion, she was again supplied with alcohol. One of the brothers grabbed her body violently, dug his fingernails into her, yanked at her underwear repeatedly while laughing. Anna cried silently, feeling powerless to stop the assault. Afterwards, she tried to cut contact, but one of the brothers located her, banged on her door, shouting while she was still inside until he left. Out of fear, she complied with further demands to meet the brothers, resulting in more assaults. I'm sorry, where are the parents? Weren't we led to believe that she's in a stable middle? Is this? I'm sorry, I'm starting to confuse these. Stable middle class household with both parents present. Where are the fucking parents? There was a period of nearly 4 years before any trial was held, largely due to COVID-19 pandemic. Perpetrators used this time to spread rumors portraying the abuse as consensual and to boast about the assaults. In the courtroom, the abuse and intimidation continued. They pulled faces, pointed and laughed at her, made rude remarks about the appearance. This behavior was not addressed by the court. Not entirely surprising. One of the brothers was convicted of sexual assault and he was taken into custody, shouted Allahu Akbar. Subtle. At the sentencing, the brother's sister shouted abuse at Anna, threatened her, and later breached her anonymity online. She blamed the jury, stating that they were all white. She was eventually arrested and charged with malicious communications. Oh yeah, and what happened then? What happened after she was arrested? Oh, I know, nothing. Nothing. Instead of being deported, nothing happened. Anna stated that there was a broader failure to confront the role of ethnicity, religion, and cultural dynamics in organized sex exploitation due to fear of accusations of racism. Where have we heard that before? As he left the dock, Anna, quote, as he left the dock to be taken down to custody, I was literally verbally assaulted by his sister who shouted Allahu Akbar, unquote. I'm reading the first paragraph and I'm gonna do one more, and we're gonna call it a day for right now because yeah. Taylor was introduced at the age of 12 to older men through her friends, many of whom were adult Muslim men. I assume the rest were Indians. They began giving her lifts home from school, sometimes in black cabs, sometimes in their own cars. Taylor saw the men buying gifts for her friends and initially wished she could receive gifts too. Where the fuck are the parents? On one occasion, instead of being taken to school, she was driven to one of the men's sisters' houses and taught how to cook Asian food. Her friends spent more time with the men, but because her parents expected her to come straight home after school, she had limited contact with them beyond the lifts. She notes that her friends were already doing adult things such as smoking, drinking, and going to clubs, whereas she still had more childlike disposition. This dynamic continued for 3 years until she turned 15, when the abuse began. age of 12. How am I misunderstanding something? How does a 12-year-old have adult friends that the parents are not aware of? Am I missing something? She started going with her friends to a restaurant run by Muslim men to help them with deliveries. This escalated when one of the men who worked there, a 35-year-old Bangladeshi man, kissed her, causing her to run away. The same man later raped her when she was 15. Because her friends were also being abused, Taylor believed that it was normal. Where are the parents? And that the man was her boyfriend. However, when she walked in on him with one of her friends, she realized that this was not the case. Quick learner, I see. After this, her behavior changed dramatically. She began skipping school and drinking heavily. During a family incident that led to police being called, Taylor's father mentioned his suspicions that she was being abused by subcontinental men. The police responded that there was nothing they could do because she had consented as a 15-year-old. Police were called on multiple occasions regarding the abuse of Taylor and her friends, but they consistently refused to take action. The only time they helped was when a group of Pakistani girls called the police. Officers then returned Taylor to her friend's home. In her friend home, Taylor believes they only intervened on that occasion because they did not want to face accusations of racism, given that the call came from Pakistani women. By the age of 16, she had been introduced to many more men and was constantly harassed by them over the phone. Some men would initially appear kind and caring, leading her to believe that they were in a relationship, only to lure her into situations where she would be gang raped, used a combination of false kindness, violent abuse, alcohol to coerce and control her. Cars would stop in the street and demand that she get in. She would be raped and then taken to the next abuser. She claims that on some nights she was passed to as many as 10 different men and estimates that she was abused by around 100 men in total. You can just grab snippets of this. Whenever someone asks why you call Muslims animals and think that they are not compatible with like normal society, you can just show them like snippets of this. Oh, yeah, like I actually don't want to share a society with these people. If that means that I need to personally remove them from the state of living, that your terms are acceptable. I would like to be able to, at least deduct the expense on ammo from my taxes, but I'm willing to make certain allowances on that. One common tactic used by the gangs was to send taxis to pick up drunk girls late at night. The driver would pretend to stop at a shop for a drink, then drive off, leave the girl behind. A group of men would then rescue her, only to take her to a prearranged house and gang rape. A number of women also played a role in directing girls to their abusers in exchange for gifts and money. These women would trap the girls in properties or use violence to coerce them. Taylor has witnessed shootings, had knives held to her throat, and a gun held to her hand. That's interesting. I thought guns were illegal in Britain, and then only the state had guns. The gangs used the death of one of the other girls as leverage, threatening that anyone who spoke out would be next. Realizing she had to escape the abuse, Taylor made a detailed 20-page statement to the police. She provided the phone numbers of more than 100 Pakistani men, showed them messages in which these men threatened to rape her mother, beat her father, burn down the family home. No investigation followed. Both her teachers at school and her GP were aware that something was seriously wrong, but did not pursue their suspicion further. Taylor, quote, "Before they raped me, they would chant Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Translation, in the name of Allah, the most gracious and the most merciful." Has nothing to do with race and religion, though, right? Okay. I'm kind of done. I'm done for the night. I'm not having a jolly good time. Yeah, I have to throw in the towel for today. I think that's yeah. I need something to distract me. Let me check. Is there anything else to see in media share? Media share. No, there's nothing new in media share. The nuclear stuff is nice. Is that the white pill I need? I kind of wanted to see the onsen stuff. Thankfully, I wouldn't call this a black pill code name. That's why I don't want to call it that. It's kind of black pill. It's so a black pill inherently, just per the cultural shorthand of what it usually means. Let me turn this the fuck off. A black pill would mean that things are beyond help, and I disagree with that assessment of the status quo. I think that there need to be rivers of blood to pay for what has been done. I think that the people responsible need to not see another sunset. I think that certain undesirable populations should not be allowed to coexist with us in any way, shape, or form just based on the information from the inquiry. I think that the people who were complicit in that shit should also be driven out of society at the very least. There's a fix everything button for the UK. All of this can be fixed rapidly, could be done over the summer. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. At some point, you're going to have to start stacking bodies on street lamps, but I think that's fine. You can figure it out. I think that by the time you get to your second 100 of Pakistanis, the rest are just going to scatter like roaches, and the Indians are going to leave along with them. So just start hanging them. It's really that simple. Just do it intermittently. Hang the rapist. Hang the Bobby who helped cover up. Hang the social service worker who turned away. Hang a local MP if you have to, and just cycle through them. Rapist, police officer, social service, MP. Rapist, Bobby, social service worker, MP. And you just keep going, and you keep going until there are no more to be hanged, and you will have a normal country after that. So, yeah, I disagree with it being a black pill, but there is a reason why I refer to this as being a bitter medicine that has to go down. I think we've seen that one. A Granville Hotel. You know what? I've been in Granville Hotels. I'm going to watch that.
Did you know you can AFK Bloods and Zaya whilst learning to code in Python? Go to boot.
Ah, yes, pay to learn a skill that's basically invalidated by AI. That's great. But yeah, before we get into this, I need to get the poison out of my system. This is why Muslims and Indians cannot be allowed to be even like a marginal registrable diaspora in the States anywhere. You cannot allow them to form enclaves in Texas. You should break up the enclaves they have in Dearborn. And I don't give a fuck if they're fucking Saudis, Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, Punjabis, fucking Somalis. I do not give a fuck. I do not care what kind of nobody gives a fuckistan spawned you. You are going back, or you are going into multiple body bags. This is a non-negotiable at this point. That is it. You contribute nothing to Western society. Summarily, you seem to be rapists, scammers, or both. Do not suffer the fucking subcontinentals. Alright, I got it out of my system. Now we can watch the nice Japanese hotel. Skip right to, Otaru, a port town, okay. Not a big enjoyer of Hokkaido, like it's cold. Seagulls harassing everyone they can, that checks out. Seems more like your kind of place. I think we can keep looking. I'll just turn the volume down slightly. I think that Hokkaido is just a tempered continental climate that's slightly more humid. Not exactly my speed outside of summer. I am a creature that is adapted to heat. So I take Texas summers very easily. So because of that, the Japanese summer is a breeze for me. Hokkaido style fried chicken, okay. Pungent sound, but less of a liberal mess. Cold with seagulls, just sound. Wait, what? Cold with seagulls just sounds like here already? Yeah, like the East Coast. Oh, sorry, the West Coast. A little bit, yeah. A double fromage, okay. I had this conversation with a friend of okay, never mind. They're really doubling down on that lactose tolerance, goddamn. Oh, I see your game. I wonder if people of Hokkaido are more lactose tolerant than the median Japanese population. So I was about to say that it doesn't really make sense to pursue Western treats in Japan, but okay, I see, Mr. Japan. Apologies, Mr. Japan. I was not aware of your game. See, I think something that requires that much labor to produce is really not an issue when you're cutting back on sugar. It depends on the sources of sugar that you consume. Like, having a yummy, well-made treat for the, when it's a treat for the senses, as opposed to it being goislop, I think it's an acceptable source of sugar. You know what I mean? It's not fucking Snickers bar, and it's not Snickers bar in a tub full of fucking Bluebell and corn syrup and shit. No, it's like a well-crafted, well-put-together culinary experience. You're not going to overeat it because, first of all, you're eventually going to tire of the experience. You're going to be oversaturated. And second of all, it's usually like prohibitively expensive to do that a lot. So it is fine to tease the senses. You just need to be aware of the fact that beyond a certain horizon lies the Kool-Aid pineapple. See, I want the Japanese to forever stay this. I want them to have a society, and us, by the way, as well. But I want the Japanese to have a society where they can just choose to upset. You know what? I'm just gonna make music boxes because I fucking can, and they can just do that, and they'll make the best fucking music boxes you can imagine. They don't have to be concerned with a Pakistani enclave. The fuck out of my face, please. I do not have the patience for the fucking Jeet overlords of YouTube. But I want the Japanese to be a population that can dedicate their attention to this, because there's not a fucking Kurdish enclave in their neighborhood potentially being dangerous to their women. You know? Oh, it's also... Note the fabric. They're covered in silk. That's so cool. Oh, a shakuhachi. No, that's not a shakuhachi. That's a smaller flute. I should really learn to properly play my shakuhachi. It just sits there. So probably because Hokkaido was urbanized significantly later, mostly after the Meiji Restoration, a lot of the infrastructure is going to be very Western influenced. Bless Hokkaido, may the cold keep the monsters out. No, 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 no. You keep the monsters out with good border policy and an ironclad immigration law. That's how you keep the monsters out. Doesn't matter, like, we're allowed to have nice places. They're just not allowed to come here. I always make the mistake of, if something is within walking distance from a station, I'll usually have my fucking bags with me and I'll attempt to walk, and it's always so torturous. Grand Bell is a very good hotel chain. One of my favorite Kyoto hotels is a Grand Bell. I'm not entirely on board with the artsy-fartsy fucking like nouveau art style that they have inside for their interiors. I'm more of a traditional kind of guy, but you know, it's all right. The cooking is usually very good in Grand Bell hotels. Oh, they even have a little family mart right on the premises.
お部屋のご案内させていただきます。お客様の今回のお部屋、24階客室内最上階のお部屋となっておりますので、景色の方お楽しみくださいませ。
A Japanese bedside service, goddamn. Hmm.
どうぞ。こちらがですね、ベッドをクイーンサイズのベッドを使用しております。横幅が160センチございますので。
This is why I don't really enjoy hotels in like heavy urban areas. The space is so confined. You live in a fucking shoebox. Not that you need a lot in a hotel room when you're in Japan. You're not going to be doing a lot there outside of sleeping, but still. Your feet would still fall off. No, it's fine. The bed is very much human sized. It's just that it takes up most of the room.
ではテラスの2段ベッド付きツインルームにご案内いたします。
Oh. No, twins is... Wait, what?
高い天井のある客室でございますので、あえて2段ベッドという形で、家族の方や
So normally twins are 2 single beds in one room. But they have 2 single beds in one room and an additional bunk on the top end.
の方がご利用いただける作りのお部屋となっております。
Thanks, Mike.
I mean, it's a good use of space.
You can get these delivered? It's literally water.com. Your favorite.
Okay, this is somewhat excessive. I don't understand having an empty terrace for you to use, but okay, sure. And it's covered in snow during the winter, so kind of missing. Don't really get the point. But again, you know what? If the Bakugaijin are willing to pay for this, sure. All right, speed it up a little bit. All right, little desk space, a lounge area. See, this is a view. Oh, this is a full-on corner suite. See, this makes more sense to me than having a veranda where you can do nothing. Yeah, not a big enjoyer of urban landscapes. Like, this is one instance where I'm going to diverge from Thing Japan. I'm kind of fed up of, you know, with concrete jungles. I actually stayed in a place exactly like this in Nagoya. Yeah, good luck. Good luck at the new place. Seku, thank you for checking in. I mean, it's disposable slippers. What the hell did you expect? Not really interested in the room amenities, if I'm being fully transparent. Well, maybe the bathroom. Oh, this is a nice bathroom. Okay, okay. Wood exteriors. Windows looking into the bathroom. I see your game. Alright, let's look at the public bath. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Soft jazz in the lounge, okay. Before check-in, I guess you could just leave your bags, that kind of works. If you come when the room is still not available, you just check it. You're not at check-in yet, but you leave your bags and you go decompress in the hot springs. That's kind of fucks. I want to go to a hotel with hot springs. I have a short list. I have a short list of hotels with hot springs. I just need to solve for the tickets. I'm gonna go ahead and create my fucking tip jar. Where's my throne page? Where is my throne? What is Sapporo soft stone? Is that like a special kind of stone? Hot springs come from 1,000 meters underground. Sodium and chlorine base. Not very knowledgeable on the different types of onsen. I'm kind of ignorant in that sense. Okay, let's see. That is very nice.
You want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with your groceries?
Sorry, I have nothing to give to charity. I have to go to Japan. It is very nice. I'm not sure how I feel about Yogi Bows. I had a business interaction with them, and they ghosted me on an email, and now I dislike them. I think they're bitches. I love that they have these spaces to just hang out. All right, I've made my e-begging. I've made my e-begging tile. Let me share it with you. Try again. Could not be shared. Well, get the fuck out, Throne. Come on. Feature gift. Shit. Oh god, this is so bitch made. I love it. Share. Come on, give me a link.
じゃあ本日のミューズのコンソメロイヤルでございます。中に利尻昆布の出汁を使用しております。本日の貝類がですね、ホタテとホッキ貝を使用しておりまして、ご一緒にウニも添えております。
No, listen, again, codename. I'm setting this up because Seku expressed a wants to pitch some money in, and I'm bitching about Japan nonstop. My default state on anything is, like, my default advice is always, do not feel compelled to give money to me or to any other dancing monkey on the screen. The content creators do not deserve your money. Do things for you, and if you feel like throwing change at the dancing monkey, then for purely your entertainment, then you can do so. I do appreciate every instance of that happening. Like, the highlight of my of my content creation last year was when people bought me tea. Carefully dedicating your waste winnings to other. Now, again, no pressure, absolutely no Terry. You won that lump sum of money. I'm not going to name it because I don't remember if you posted it in a public channel. That money is yours, and you need to, as a priority, make yourself happy with that money. As after I press start streaming, after I press go live, I exist for the entertainment and maybe for the education of chat. And sometimes I'm just gonna read the fucking rape gang inquiries because I just do that sometimes. Lobster tempura. Oh, okay. Oh. See, if you guys put money down that goes towards my trip, well, in that case, I'm just gonna have to make content. At the very least, I'll try to film nighttime walks. And you know what? I'll actually sit down to write a detailed. Oh, here's the thing. Let's put it that way. If you have ever pitched in to the Japan trip via the link, there you go. I should give you the link. If you have ever pitched in via this link, you could. Fuck it. I'm just going to open it up. If anyone pitches it into it, you can then approach me, not even if you didn't pitch in, you can just approach me to ask you help out write up your tour for going to Japan. Still a fraction of what you put down, keeping family out of bad spot. Well, see, codename family is family. That's kind of different. Like, I feel like family deserves, it depends on like your familial arrangements and your relationships with them. But I feel like that's to be expected. Again, it's commendable that you do that. And I think it's normal for people to do that. I'm going to show it on stream because I am shameless. I feel like I had this emote and it just fits so well. I think I need to add this as an emote. I don't like the fact that it's cut off at the top, but I have like a complete image that I think works well. This is such a fantastic image. I'm so happy that the Gemini fucking let me do this. But yeah, I split it up into like $10 increments. And like it's a $10 increment payout. So basically the dollar is what Throne keeps. So just so that you're aware. Oh. Herb-fed beef as opposed to grass-fed. with truffle shavings, you say? See, like, I'm not a big appreciator of this kind of, like, this is very, very French cooking, you know? This is Michelin star aspiring European cooking. Portions are small. Yes, there's a tasting component to it. You're going to give something that scrumptious to me and not let you lick it directly? What do you mean? Why are we having the same conversation? Excuse me. But I like more grounded Japanese cuisine when they slap like a big piece of remember those katsu cutlets made of tenderized fucking bacon stock. Now that's real shit. That's what I like, despite having an identical bottle of San Pellegrino on my desk right now. Want to like that herb-fed beef? You'll put it in your mouth. You'll suck it until it dissolves. It's probably tender enough to do that. It's probably like a blue fillet, if I had to guess. Like a place that gives you like a little truffle shavings on top. I'm pretty sure that they're aware of how to make a piece of meat blue. More meatiness than fat. So I see this is probably the differentiation they make between A5 Wagyu. A concept. See, this is more my speed. I kind of prefer this. If I'm eating meat, I kind of want enough meat to actually be nutritious. Rice consomme with salmon roe is more my speed. But again, I'm a glutton. I would prefer to go to an all-you-can-eat place and just eat myself to death. The only thing that saves me from being morbidly obese is the frequency with which I work out, which you now all know. Oh, it's the Japanese-style parfait with a green tea ice cream. Hell yeah. With a little kuzumochi on the side. Sweet tea, I'm kind of less on board, but then again, it's a European-style dinner, I guess, so it's okay. I'm pretty sure they don't serve Hennessy in that bar. Look at him go. I occasionally watch the funny bartender man who, like, violently swings the glass around. You'd order an old-fashioned just to see how it goes. Remind me, what's an old-fashioned? I don't drink alcohol at all, so I don't know. Sometimes I forget that compared to the majority of the population, I legitimately lived in a fucking cave for most of my life. I don't drive. I don't drink alcohol. I recently discovered, so this is a thing you call a gun. So I no longer need to beat someone to death with a melee weapon. Kentucky bourbon on a large cube of ice with a little bitter and a spray of orange citrus. I wonder what that would be called. So Kentucky, I assume you would replace the Kentucky bourbon with whatever local whiskey they have there. I'm not sure. Is whiskey and bourbon the same? I'm so ignorant on alcohol. You wouldn't fucking believe. The last time I've had alcohol was like a full decade ago, and it was a full saucer of sake for sanctifying a new dojo. This is not even kayfabe, like this is not even lore. This is an actual thing that happened. Whiskey's different grain. Bourbon is rye, specifically from the Appalachia. I don't think they might not have.
The chemical your hair dye doesn't want you to meet. PPD has been hiding in your hair.
He said PP. Rye. I wonder if they should have something that's distilled from rye, because well, they make whiskey, so I guess they make bourbon. Or if they don't, now you know what to bring as gifts next when you go to Japan. Because again, I am very ignorant of good alcohol, and I don't know what would be considered good. I usually bring maple syrup. Maple syrup is the most popular American gift that I've ever brought to Japan. Because I've traveled with like big groups and they've brought over like ornate bottles of alcohol or, I don't know, fucking fine china. And like, sure, there's been like you're supposed to crack it on a stone. I love that. They would bring over like fine porcelain or expensive alcohol in ornate bottles and whatnot. But last time, lost my train of thought. Right. So, and I've seen the sort of the polite reactions of people being generally pleased with what they were gifted. I brought, when I went on my own, I brought Vermont maple syrup, and the Japanese treated like I brought them like a brick of the purest fucking Colombian cocaine. They were so hyped for it. Soup curry, okay. They were so hyped for maple syrup because it's very expensive to import, and they don't make maple syrup there natively. And, you know, being big foodies and being big into pastries and confectionery, like, they really appreciate a syrup that would be distinct from, for example, the sugar-derived syrups that are common in Japan. So next time I'm going, I'm probably just going to have, I don't know, like 3 different sampler boxes of Vermont maple syrup with me. Ask your redneck, right? You don't know what you're allowed to bring, especially through security. There's a list that you can Google, but generally you're just not supposed to bring meat and vegetables. Well, meat, vegetables, and fish, basically. Anything that could become like an invasive species or could have spoiled an unsafe Oh, ooh, this is, oh, ho, 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 ho. So, this is finely cut scallop with salmon roe. I assume, on what is freshly made rice. What criminal organization do you have to eat that exact dish off a woman? Funny you should ask. I can make some phone calls. I was about to say that you probably need to be referred to like a very nice chaya in Kyoto. So, see, the thing is, criminal organizations don't really enjoy any kind of special privileges in Japan anymore. Their upper classes very much still do. So, I mean, not entirely out of the question. I could play some phone calls. I have people to ask about that kind of thing. I definitely know people to ask to organize a party with some young Maiko, and you know what? Things happen. I believe the term we're looking for is nyozara. Nyomori, excuse me, Nyomori is the correct way to call this. Nyo being like the basically it's called a female platter. Nyomori. See, this is wait, I have seen this exact machine, like this exact make of machine in the Czech Republic. What the fuck? I mean, it makes pretty banger pancakes, like, but I was not expecting to see it in a Japanese hotel. I kid you not, I have seen this exact conveyor belt pancake maker when I was in the Czech Republic last time. See, look at the lengths they have to go through to mimic a fraction of our access to good maple syrup. And now you can also see why a Japanese man would be intimidated by your average diner short stack. You'll ask Ricky where to get one. I'm pretty sure that they just bought it from Japan. I think it was sourced the other way around. It was also in Prague, and Ricky, from what I recall, lives in Brno, which is like a couple hours of driving from there. Stay including 62,000, $500 per person. That's kind of pricey, honestly, especially for Sapporo, where there's nothing the fuck else to do there. All right, I am, yeah, you know, the, well, when he, listen, it's not been a very energizing stream, is all I'm gonna say. Did I volunteer into that? Did I do that to myself? Absolutely. Am I still gonna bitch and complain? Also true. There is no stream on Saturday, so keep piling up those points until I am back, because I am sadly forced to visit New England. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. For some reason, it shows me that there's only one person in chat, even though I know that there's at least two. Let's see. Who can we raid, though? Who can we raid is the question. Haven't streamed in so long, I forgot how to raid. Kind of waiting for Tekken to start. Listen, we're 5 hours in, and it's, yeah. And it's kind of midnight, and I have work in the morning. Oh, Hammy's playing something funny. Okay, well let's go visit Hammy then. I don't have different suggestions, so I'll just go off of your suggestion. Ham Strudel. Hammy is cool. She's good people. She's doing something completely cursed. Right, we're gonna raid Hammy. What's our message? Oni raid. There's your message. Attach any appropriate Oni Dojo emote that you have access to. It's been a stream. I promise something a little bit more positive for the next one, alright? This has been Onii-san, reminding you that we don't have to live like this. Bye-bye.
Illuminati! It's the Illuminati! Oh my god! Singular eye triangle!